Meeting for the City Council tonight. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim absent. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett absent. Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items?
None for closed session.
Okay. Any public there's nobody in the audience, so any other public communications on closed session items or non-agenda items?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, and let the record show that Councilmember Barrett has arrived. Let's see, could you read off what we're going to discuss in closed session?
Yes, as authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with legal counsel and labor negotiator. The employee organization is the management and confidential employee group. Items F2 and F3 are under the title conference with real property negotiator. For item F2, the properties include 100, 102, 108, 110, 112, 120, 122, 124, 134, 136, 138, 140, 142, 150, 160, and 164 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. For F3, the property is 123 West Torrance Boulevard, number 201, Pier Plaza, a portion of APN 7505-003-206. Items F4 through F11 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F4, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23STCP02189. For item F5, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach, et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board. Case number 20STCP03193. For item F6, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC, and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach. Case number 22TRCP00203. For F7, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, et al. Case number 23STCP00426. For F8, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23STCP10146. For F9, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, bankruptcy City Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F10, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Trust, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23TRC P00325. For F11, the name of the case is City of Huntington Beach, et al. Versus Gavin Newsom, et al. Case number 23-3694, DC number 823-CV-00421-FWS-ADS. And for item F12, Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated potential litigation, there's one potential case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show that Councilmember Narenheim has joined us, so we have a full house. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be talking to these items in closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For item F1, it will be just myself. For items F2 through F12, we will be joined by Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F2 and F3, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And I believe that's all we have in attendance tonight. If there are any additional folks that join us, I'll add that after the fact.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We will be back to report out and to convene the open session on or about 6 p.m. Thank you. Closed session back to open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yeah, Councilman Nierenheim. Councilman Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to report out of closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to close, to adjourn the closed session and adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here.
I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. And Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody? I guess I'm the only one. So. Okay, now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call Adam up, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Adam, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Adam. I am a third grader at Borough Heights Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love the ocean and the fresh air at Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment, for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Adam, thank you for leading us today. Well done. Come on up. Well done.
Good job. Well said.
And then we'll get a picture of you with the council.
Big smile, too. There's a nice pin.
You got your pictures, Mom? Okay. Thank you, Adam. Well done. Okay, next presentations and proclamations. I do have a proclamation this evening. Thank you. Okay, we're making a proclamation on Small Business Saturday, which is going to be November 30th, 2024. I'd like to call up Dominic Cole, the CEO for the Redondo Beach Chamber, to join me on this. Hey, Dominic. Good to see you. Thanks for being here tonight. We're celebrating the 15th year of Small Business Saturday on November 30th, and that has illuminated the significance of supporting small, independently owned businesses across the country. It falls between Black Friday and Cyber Monday. It's a day dedicated to supporting the local small businesses to help create jobs, boost our economy, and keep our communities thriving. I've got some statistics here, but I'm going to skip those for right now. We have many small businesses here in Redondo, lots of mom and pops, and I encourage you all to shop locally and strengthen our local economy by frequenting these establishments often. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dominic for any words you may have.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor. Thank you so much, esteemed City Council and all the members or the residents of Redondo Beach. I made me a couple of remarks because I wanted to really congratulate you and everyone for doing this. This is not just something we do to have another great day, but it's really vital for our small business. I wanted to leave you with two key items that small business creates 2 out of 3 jobs here in Redondo and nationwide for new jobs. So 2 out of 3 are created actually through small business. And one other thing that I wanted to note, it's people say, well, why do we care? I can order it from Amazon. You can, and hopefully you're supporting their small business as well, because there's also small businesses there. But if you do it here with us in Redondo, on $1 spent, 67 cents go back to the local economy. So on $1 spent, 67 cents will go back to local economy of folks that are hiring people, local things that are used. So it's really important that I think those key points are really important that we put them out. So I wanted to thank you, Mayor, wanted to thank the whole City Council for doing this. And there's many organizations out there. We at the Chamber of Commerce, we have a lot of small businesses, but there's many others out there, NRBBA, Riviera Village Bid, and many, King Harbor, the Pier Association. So many folks that are working tireless to try to give small businesses what they need and making sure our city flourishes. So thank you again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I want to recognize, Councilmember Narenheim contacted me about making sure we did this. I was already leaning towards it, but, I want to recognize that he was pushing for it as well. And with that, I will present you this proclamation on behalf of the City Council for all the small businesses in Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll open it up now to any announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
So this is our last council meeting in November. Just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Drive safe, travel safe if you're traveling or driving. And a week thereafter, there will be 2 weeks thereafter, actually, will be December 5th with the holiday stroll in the Riviera Village. Come on down from that. It's till 9 p.m., 5 to 9. And it's a ton of fun. Block off a bunch of streets, all the streets in Riviera Village. And it's a real festive kick off the holidays. And speaking of small business, that's a lot of small businesses down there. In fact, that's all there is. No major chains are down there. And it's a great opportunity to go dine and shop down there for the evening. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Mayor Light, thank you. The November District 2 Community Meeting will be held next Monday, this upcoming, the 25th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. I'll be joined by City Clerk Eleanor Manzano and City Treasurer Eugene Solomon. We'll be talking about things like ranked choice voting, the upcoming election, the previous election, as well as the city's investments, which we're talking perhaps about tonight, and any type of charter changes that are perhaps coming our way. So again, it'll be November 25th, Monday, 6 to 7:30. Register redondo.org under District 2. You will see a link to register. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilogerovich.
Yeah, I just want to say that my November meeting, I'm still locking down the location, but check out my newsletter. It'll be coming out this week with that location and date. And I want to give a shout out to Adam. You spoke so well with a smile on your face. Thank you for coming tonight. You did great. That's it.
Loud and
Yeah, it's
very
great.
clear.
Yes,
Well done, Adam.
enunciated very well.
Councilmember Obaji.
Just want to announce my community meeting is tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at Ferry Park Senior Center. We'll talk about a whole host of things, including the city's strategic plan, what's been going on lately with our commissions, how we might revise the rules that concern commissions and the relations to the city council and the relationships with employees. And anything else anybody wants to discuss, including Measure FP, the rollout and the improvements taking place at Perry Park. And I want to do a shout out to Mike Klein over there and Department of Community Services, because it wasn't 2 weeks ago a resident complained to us, and then we complained to Mr. Klein that Perry Park had been invaded by gophers. And today there are flags on that field. There was manure being dumped on it, heavy machinery closing off that field.
Can you put the mic to?
Oh, sorry.
It's not.
Start over.
And and
Start over.
and they're resodding that whole field as we speak, closing it off for two 2 months. So if you do need to use Perry Park, please, you can go to Anderson Park, Andrews Park, or Dominguez Park are the closest ones nearby.
Or
Thanks.
Franklin.
Or Franklin, yes. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett?
None tonight, Mayor.
Okay, I have a couple. First, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Kalajerovich for running the last 2 meetings. I had the good fortune to attend our friendly city visit to Itoman in Japan. And just so people know, that's paid for out of my pocket. That's not, the city doesn't fund that. But I will tell you the Taiwanese, not Taiwanese, the Okinawans were very, very welcoming of the folks of us who went over on behalf of the city of the Redondo. It's the 10th anniversary. It's only the second time the sitting mayor went over, so they were very appreciative. They threw concerts, they threw a dinner. We got to see their their traditional dancers performing, and I will tell you, I was overwhelmed by the welcome. So I really appreciated that visit. I appreciate you filling in on my absence, and hopefully they'll be coming over and we can show them at least some measure of the hospitality here in Redondo. I do want to highlight, just yesterday, we got our new fire engine early, saw the video of that rolling in, and our Harbor Patrol boat came in that the council just approved a few weeks ago. So that's an early Merry Christmas to the fire department. I also want to recognize all our public safety. There's been some rescues recently. There was a boat that capsized out offshore that we were the first responders to. I think we already talked about the kayakers that were washed up on the rocks. And overall, very impressed with the responsiveness of all our public safety folks. Also, I want to give a shout out. Just over the weekend, I had multiple concerns from residents that I funneled out via email and text to the different departments, including police and fire, and got instant responses. So even though, they may not be signed up to be on duty on the weekends, people throughout our city respond. So thanks to city staff for the responsiveness to myself and to the community. Okay, and that's my last announcement. So with that, we'll move to item E. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, or does any of the council wish to alter the order of the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the order as is.
Okay,
Second.
motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address that? Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so we will be doing the agenda as listed in your printouts or online. We have no agency recesses tonight. Do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor. H12, which is an investor agreement for joint powers authority, California Asset Management, a title change. Also for J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communications. And P1, regarding charter amendments pertaining to the city clerk and city treasurer, attaches a blue folder of city treasurer qualification supplement and city treasurer charter amendments. Thank you. That would be it.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file all the blue folder items?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion and second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, now we'll be going into the consent calendar. Let's see, would any member of the council wish to pull any of the items in the consent calendar? Councilmember Narenheim?
I'd like to pull item H8, please.
I'm sorry?
H8.
H8. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
H12 and H14, please.
Councilmember Obaji.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
None.
Okay, and I don't have any. So let's see, can I get a motion to approve all consent calendar items other than H8, H12, and H14?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Before we take the vote, any member of the public wish to address any of the consent calendar items other than H8, H12, and H14, which we will discuss coming up? Anybody online?
I have none online or e-comments.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, approved.
So before, I have
Yep,
one.
you got the floor.
Introduction. Okay, H7, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3285-24, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Chapter 7, Article 3, Section 3-7.1201, 3-7.1203, 3-7.1204, 3-7.1205, 3-7.1206, 3-7.1207, 3-7.1208, and 3-7.1209 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding parking zones and deleting in its entirety Section 3-7-1210 regarding taxi cab stands for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll be going to those excluded consent calendar items. We'll start with H8. Councilmember Narenheim, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to highlight this item. Item H8 is the closing of the streets on Messina Avenue H. If I can get the, actually Public Works, yeah, and eventually Fire Chief as well. I just wanted to highlight this and show this item. This item, I don't have the photo, I don't have my laptop here right now, but anyone knows the Seaside Lights in Torrance, where they have the Christmas lights every year? It's become wildly popular, and last year was, I don't know why, but it just made itself absurdly, extremely popular. And it causes major ruckus over in the southeast section of Redondo. And last year was so bad, in fact, some of the residents who tried to get back into their little keyhole area, a lot of people don't realize that area of Redondo exists, and it's over there next to Toledo. And it took them about 2 hours to get in, and we're talking maybe a couple hundred feet. So this year we're changing a whole slew of items, and I wanted to highlight this as well because Public Works took a big dive on this. I spent like 3 or 4 hours last week on this item. I got some more improvements to come, more additions on this. But if, Andy, if you could speak just for a moment about some of the changes that are happening this year, so the residents there know, and the residents in the area know the things that we're doing differently this year. And if you're in the area, you know why there's so tremendous amount of traffic on Prospect and Avenue G over by Toledo.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Winchie, Public Works Director for the record. Yeah, so we're doing some of the very same things we do every year, which is blocking this Avenue H, the street that crosses into the city of Torrance. We are enhancing our signage program at the entrance of Avenue H and Prospect, just to provide as much information we can to drivers to encourage them to keep on moving, to find a more appropriate way in to see the lights if they want to drive through the lights. We are making some traffic operational modifications during the entire period between when we start on Friday after Thanksgiving through January 2nd, which will be to eliminate a couple of parking spaces around the Avenue H and Messina intersection so we can create a temporary roundabout. Hopefully that will aid in circulation there and keep people moving rather than shadowing, waiting for parking spaces, clogging up the through traffic. And so the roundabout will kind of help people not have to make a 3-point turn to get turned around and get out of the neighborhood. So it's those are the plans right now. We plan to monitor it from day one and see what other improvements might be made. But we've been working closely with the fire department, police department on other their concerns for emergency access, as well as enhanced parking enforcement and patrol enforcement as resources are available during those nights.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And the Fire Chief, I know we talked, just so everyone knows, this is an ongoing issue every year. And like I said, this has become extremely popular. And this last year was wall-to-wall parking in that area. Chief, I know we discussed some other ideas and options. I know you're looking forward to investigate some other things.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to any of those?
Yeah. Patrick Butler, Fire Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So your concerns are well placed. The fact that day we had the conversation, I took a drive up there. There's 2 streets up there that me as the fire chief would have some concerns that got crowded. It would be Circle and Messina. They're cul-de-sacs. Our rigs are 27 feet long. The fire truck's 54 feet long. They weigh 20 tons. So we had a meeting last week with the police, with Andy, Public Works. We got together and kind of thought about what's the best approach. So it'll probably be scaled. We'll look at it as it progresses, But one thing I mentioned to Chief Hoffman and Andy was that, that if necessary, I'll invoke a kind of, from the fire marshal's perspective, to say, hey, this has got too much traffic now, this is a concern for us. And maybe even go to the level of like they do in brush fires, residents only. They have it shut off, residents only, because I think the turnaround is gonna help us. I think the signage is gonna help us. Chief Hoffman's gonna have enforcement. But if we begin to see folks taking advantage of that street, and I have 2 cul-de-sacs there, you know, quite honestly, you know, I'm not gonna stand for it. And I have total confidence in our plan, but if necessary, we'll take the next step. And also, you know, limiting traffic, and I can appreciate your concern. If it's blocked off and people need to turn around and get out, that's gonna take a long time. And, you know, my experience with signage is a lot of people think that the sign is not for them, it's for somebody else and all that, like, well, we could turn. So, like we spoke, I'm confident in this plan, and if it has to be ratcheted up, we'll do that.
All right, thank you, Chief. Yeah, just want to let the residents know when you guys are out there, our staff and myself, you know, we're responsive, and you're going to see a lot of changes this year. So that whole area, a lot of residents over there. I'll make a motion to approve item H8 pending for public comment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this before we vote on it? Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. The next 2 were yours, Councilmember Kalajerovich. We'll start with H12.
Yes, I just had a quick question. And your whole team's here. Thank you, gentlemen. With the approval of this agreement, it says the city treasurer's office will be able to invest funds for a shorter time or shorter term
Hold on
to.
one. Bye, Adam.
Hi, Adam.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. It's very important. So my only question is, how does that change any risk for the city?
Thank you, Councilmember Kalajerovich. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. I'm joined tonight by Deputy City Treasurer Nilesh Mehta and Kyle Tanaka, who's the Program Administrator for CAMP. This is an opportunity for us to add a tool. We have several different short-term tools right now. We have our money market funds. We have LAIF, our Local Agency Investment Fund. And with the JPA, we're hoping to add CAMP, which is the California Asset Management Program. The 2 most important things being liquidity and safety, and CAMP answers those. CAMP will be very liquid, and we have immediate redemption ability with that program.
So when you say safety, are you talking about risk?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the risk is very low. It's the highest rating. CAMP, amongst the different JPAs that we looked at, had the best capitalization, the longest tenure, and the best programming.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
So
I would make a motion to approve H12.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address H12? Anyone online?
None.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. H14?
H14.
Still with you, Councilmember.
Yes.
Kalajerovich.
Quick question. So I noticed the update to the strategic plan items for goal number 5, the shooting range. I see that, you know, we have the agreement for the grant writer, the consultant that we've hired was approved late October. And then we have a environmental consultant to do what's required for the analysis that's starting in December. Given that the grant application opens in March and closes in June, and this particular requirement is that, you know, it is shovel ready as we discussed, how are we going to make it?
Yeah, I think geotechnical, Geosyntec is handling the environmental analysis you referenced. They were under a prior agreement that was allowing them to begin that work much earlier than the date shown here. This is, I think, as they operate under the new agreement. So I think we're still on schedule. Andy, if you could confirm that.
Yeah, as I recall, again, Andy Wingy, Public Works, for the record, as I recall, the 12-month window starts upon award or
Yes.
potential even funding agreement. I have to get into the fine print on that. So I think we have it'll take them some time to review and decide who's going to get awarded. And then after that, we'll have the funding agreement, which takes a little time. And then we'll have 12 months to start shovels in the ground. I think we're going to have probably at least 18 months, maybe 24 months from the June application time before we have to be ready. And I think we can be if we choose a accelerated delivery method like a design build or something like that.
Okay, and I'm happy to do an accelerated method. I just want to make sure that, the research I've done for this grant is that, the applications that are most complete are going to get the highest rating, and I want us to be in that category.
Agreed.
So, just noted that. I would move to approve H14 with those comments.
Okay. Councilmember Baji.
Sure, I'll second that. I just wanted to, if you could light up 2B, please. I was going to go over this in my community meeting, but I want to say thank you to the council and thank you to the staff for putting together the strategic plan. And if we could put it on the screen for the public as well online. If you see under Goal 2, Vitalize Commercial Areas of the City, ACAP implementation, that's Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan. The next one, Artesia FAR increase, it's about Artesia Boulevard. The next one after that, Artesia Aviation Parking Regulation Update, it's about Artesia Boulevard. Number 4, Public Art and Branding on Artesia, also about Artesia Boulevard. So do not fret, North Redondo is getting the attention it deserves from this council and this city. That's all, thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anybody else on the council wish to address this before I open up the public comment? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address item H14, which is a strategic plan? Anybody online?
None.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. Do you have to read any of those?
No.
Okay,
I
so we
have
can
none.
go on. Let's see, we're now going into public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject within the purview of Redondo Beach that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes total, and each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and you can only speak once. We will do cards first, and so the first card I have is Joan Irvine, and the second one is Jonathan Sabetko.
Joan Irvine, District 1. What I want to address is cannabis dispensaries. There was just a discussion, and the chamber rightfully got a proclamation for working with small businesses. Well, guess what? A cannabis dispensary is a small business. A cannabis dispensary will bring in 40 to 60 jobs, and based on the tax rate, it will bring in a lot of money to our city. I must say, I was very disappointed last week when all of a sudden, okay, everything got approved, we're moving forward, and then it's going to be 5 weeks before it comes back to the council. It had been promised about 2 or 3 months ago that every 2 weeks it was going to come back to the council so we could get this thing moving forward, and it's delayed that much. And so that happened last week. And then also this past week, there was a survey sent out by Scott asking, his group, his people, do you want a dispensary on Artesia? What tax rate? Well, guess what? We've already had a democratic process. We voted in what the tax rate was going to be over 2 years ago. We voted in the fact back in 16 that we're going to have cannabis dispensaries. And I'll tell you, I fought like hell to not have Measure E pass because I didn't like the operator that would have been coming into town. And I trusted that this city council would go along with the democratic process that the citizens voted in on. And that has not been happening. And because of last week, I must tell you that I have pulled the papers to run for mayor because I think it's our democracy. I mean, we're supposed to have democracy here. And I have not been seeing democracy happening a lot on the city council. And even with Mayor Light being elected, he's done a great job. But he was appointed, And nobody else, I mean, even I put my name in on that. And there was no, hey, we're going to go through this process and we're going to talk to people, like happened, the time when Jeff Ginsburg, had to resign. So I just want to say, I think we need to get back to the democratic process that is established and that has not been happening in our city recently. So thank you.
Okay, Jonathan Svetko, and then Laura Duke.
Good evening, District 1 resident, Jonathan Svetko. I'm here tonight to first say thank you very much to the majority of the council here that reached out to me over the last few days to share your concerns over the disparaging remarks that Councilmember Narenheim had made towards me last city council meeting. I'm here to share with you the facts and the truth of what this is in regards to the lawsuit that he brought up. I have a license in the city of Montebello. The city of Montebello has chosen not to put a tax forward based on a voter initiative. They did it as a development agreement. A development agreement is an illegal way to gain taxes off of their cannabis operators. For nearly over a year and a half, we have engaged with the city council in order to address that in hopes that they would put forth a tax measure. They decided not to. After multiple attempts of reaching out to them, including sharing with them the lawsuits prior to following it, they chose not to respond. We had no choice but to file the lawsuit. They came back and retaliated by putting in code enforcement that went away when we took them to court for a temporary relief order in which their city attorney came back and said they had by no means meant to do that. So now we have our lawsuit going forward still. It's for the same reasons that I have come here and I have told you on multiple occasions there are things to be worried about how we move forward with our process here and things that will cause us to be sued as well too. I feel very well qualified for knowing what those things are. This effort that I have in my city is something that is now expanding to multiple other cities that you'll be hearing about in the months to come. I think that it is absolutely deplorable and small for Councilmember Narenheim to have done what he did last week and to not know the facts behind what you said. I'm a member of this community. You owed me much more respect than that. And the way that you acted was absolutely something that even previous Mayor Brand would never have approved of. That is very disappointing of you. I look forward to this being the first step in my response for what you've done. Thank you.
Okay, Laura Duke, and then Mary Ewell.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Light. Laura Duke, District 3. Mayor Light, I need to speak directly to you because a few meetings ago, there was a moment when we were discussing the general plan, and it was to do with the public zones and the floor area ratio issue. And at that moment, it was decided we were not going to be, you weren't going to be making any determination that evening or any time in the near future. And therefore, everybody, you need to save your comments, and we all know where you stand. We've heard it. And I just was thinking, this from you? During the time when Center Cal wanted to build their mall on our waterfront, remember they also wanted to build, to open up this public swimming area to the marina. And how many times did you point out to them, do we really want our toddlers swimming in the polluted waters that open to the marina? Repetitive speech is still protected speech, and as you experienced yourself, can be quite effective. Just because it may not be what you wanted to hear does not mean it should be shut down. Mayor Light, Mayor Brand would not have been pleased to know you had discouraged public comment. And on that note, I recall Mayor Brand and I differing on the Kensington project. He said it's not that he didn't want it, but that he said the people needed to speak out. And Laura, the people were not fighting against it. He wasn't right because I was part of the group for no on Measure K, which ended up, Measure K passed. This is why we have the Kensington. There was opposition, but it just wasn't loud enough or repetitive enough to educate the public in the way, thankfully, we were able to on Measure BC, which went down in flames on November 5th. Going forward, please listen to the residents who you represent. And that goes for the residents who made up the GPAC and who make up the Planning Commission. They are the residents who have worked tirelessly and in great detail to determine reasonable guidelines to keep hold of what we want our city to look like, and not give it over to the whims of private developers swooping up and banking on our public zones. Keep this in mind when Beach City's Health District asks for a bloated FAR on a public zone, which is completely out of scope and scale to the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, Mary Yule, and then Jeff Gilbert.
Number one, don't be bullied by BCHD's threatened lawsuit that several of you reacted to on 11/05. We have been dragged through this before by Mayor Aspel and the majority of city council members at the time, and Senator Cal's self-serving EIR. Don't buckle under this litigious pressure. City Attorney Mike Webb does not litigate. He farms out those cases at the city's expense. The next city attorney elected may well be a litigator. Let's see what happens. The Planning Commission, second, recommended non-emergency PI public institutional land be limited to a .50 FAR. 3, all 3 beach cities voted down Measure BC. Gene Solomon repeatedly stated in his citizen role that it's not the reduced FAR for all PI land, it's beach cities and their self-defeating business plan that is dysfunctional. He has the integrity and respect for his analysis that none of you can claim as fully. A citizen group, 2 citizen groups have been appealing to you with factual information regarding how detrimental it would be to build this 110-foot assisted living campus on the Hill. Among them, I, as a licensed marriage and family therapist, advocating for the youth from 5 neighboring schools, Towers Elementary being 300 feet downhill from their for-profit, private, assisted living. It was duplicitous, Jim Light, that exchange that you had on 1105 with Tom Backley when you, oh, so sweetly asked, does this mean that a family could not go and have a picnic on the public open space? Backley barely held out for his line. That is not what Measure BC stated, and you both know it. That was cheeky of you, Jim Light, and may be welcome. You may be welcome to picnic there because you are on BCHD's advisory board. In training under you, Jim, as a row volunteer where I met you, you warned us to speak carefully and factually or not at all. You knew the specifics of Measure BC, no exceptions. No use of public outdoor space unless part of BCHD's programs.
Your time's up, Mary.
I would like to extend it.
Motion to extend for 30 seconds.
Second.
What's the reason to extend?
I am further disillusioned.
Oh, hold on, we didn't approve it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had
Asking
quorum.
do we have a reason for extending it other than
Let her finish her
content?
statement. You got 30 seconds.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so you've got it.
Thank you. I am further disillusioned that you, Jim, who fought hard to protect the harbor and boat lift, et cetera, back then and now, because these are your interests, but you seem unable to see the very basic needs of neighborhoods surrounding BCHD, which I called you on when you joined their advisory committee. So are you only willing to advocate for your personal interests? I'm very concerned
Time.
about the metro line
Time's
going
up.
through.
Thank you. Jeff Gilbert, and that's the last card I have.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Jeff Gilbert, District 2, next door neighbor to BCHD. For close to 7 years now, the neighborhood has been under attack by BCHD. First, they wanted to take over our street and turn it into a heavy vehicle driveway to the back of the facility. Then they wanted to take the green space that we have had out in front since even before the hospital has been there and turn that into a parking lot, a multi-story parking lot. And through the evolution of the various design schemes that they've come up with, the last rendition shows a Southern California Edison substation built across our street at the expense of all of the trees that are on that green space. That substation was never put into the EIR nor the DEIR. It was left away and filed through a different agency. So it was not even given to the public. We are going to have, if this goes through, and this is why they want this 1.25 FAR, if this goes through, there's nothing that will stop them from putting that substation across the street. This is a small locomotive-sized diesel engine to power the emergency generator. Along with that is a 15,000 to 20,000 diesel fuel tank above ground. This is no more than 50 feet from the new bicycle lane that Beach City's Health District spent more than $2 million only completing half of. So my concern is from the standpoint of the residents, I don't see BCHD being a good neighbor at all. All of these were design changes they could have easily done in the course of the last 7 years. The residents for Redondo and Torrance Against Overexpansion had over 1,200 signatures on a petition asking to change their design. Has nothing to do with the reason for the elder care facility. Make it smaller, make it lower, and so it's not as huge. But BCHD, and I saw it, totally ignored these people. They basically gave them the finger, or I should say, talk to the hand, all fingers, to them. A simple change. They've made 3 major changes already. They spent $14 million planning this thing. Why not make it a little bit more neighborhood friendly? But instead, they still come to you insisting on this 1.25 FAR for a project that I don't know if any of you have officially seen. And it is huge. So please reconsider what they want based on what they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the committee? Just walk up.
Hi, good evening. Kyle Kreitzer, District 5. Hi, Council and Mayor. I wanted to bring up the marijuana dispensary discussion. I just wanted to say that in 2022, we did vote to oppose having dispensaries in the city of Redondo Beach. You know, Redondo Beach is one of the few places in Los Angeles County that when you walk around, it doesn't smell like a Bob Marley concert here. You know, we've all experienced that. And once you leave the South Bay, it reeks of marijuana, and it's because of the dispensaries. There was a study done in Colorado that showed at the University of Colorado that actually showed that dispensaries had an increase in crime between 26% and 1,000%. Now I know 1,000% is a little extreme, but I mean, it does show that there is an increase in crime related to that. And then also, according to the National Realtors, houses near dispensaries, their property value goes down. So that affects us as citizens as well. So I just want to bring a couple of these points up to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council? Come on down, sir. You don't have to raise your hand, just walk up after the list.
Mr. Cutter. All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Alan Kleinbaum. I'm one of the Public Safety Commissioners
And I spend a lot of time walking around in the city just to get exercise during the day and sometimes late at night. And I've observed in District 1 around Gertruda Street and also South Francisco, an increase in juvenile delinquency. And then just this weekend, it was like 7 o'clock in the evening, and I was walking on one of those streets, and there's a bonfire in the middle of the street, and all these youths putting things on there to feed the flames, and then they ran off. And then they have their e-bikes, and many of them have mini bikes. They ride around in large groups with making a lot of noise. And it's even traumatic for me when there's a large group of people just passing by on those vehicles, and I don't feel uncomfortable. And I think that the parents in that neighborhood don't know what their children are doing. Maybe they just go out for dinner for the evening or whatever, or on vacation for the weekend, and they leave their teenage children to do all sorts of mischief. And I think that there needs to be an improvement in the education of the parents to do proper parenting to keep their children safe and out of trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. You're up, Mr. Cotter.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Members of the council, mayor, my name is Julian Peters. I've been a resident of District 5 for nearly 30 years. Man, where'd the time go? I came here primarily for the small business proclamation. The last 4 years, I've been casually walking Artesia Boulevard. Oh, before that, I would like to thank Councilmember Scott Barrett for doing an excellent job actually connecting us in District 5 to the functions and what's going on with the city. Thank you. That takes extra work. So I walk and I put my heads in the doors and talk to people, and I've learned that Artesia has a lot of great businesses, a lot of which you wouldn't even know about. I've asked some kind of like some stock questions. I'm kind of running out of time here, but it's fun. The upshot is basically, since about 2022, the general consensus of small businesses are Artesia Boulevard have been less afraid of the city. They're kind of more like, okay, this is okay. Before that, it seemed like there was an adversarial kind of tone. So whatever you're doing is working. On our area of Artesia, there's a hookah hut, which nobody really knows about. It's like a bar for those that don't drink or don't do drugs. It's kind of like a social place where people get together and that's all that they do. The two smoke shops that I poke my head in, and they're just amazing places. They sell an incredible variety of items. Their customers like it. They like them, they know them. It's a very positive thing. I don't smoke in general, but the stuff they have there is just really entertaining. Let's see, cover that, thanked him, small business, past 4 years, better. The primary complaint of businesses that I've had, which has been 3 so far, is that sometimes when businesses call the Redondo Beach Police Department, they don't show up for shoplifting calls. So they kind of get frustrated with that. However, in my community, the complaints of catalytic converter theft has almost apparently evaporated. So, congrats on that, got that. Personal note. Okay, personal note, I've gone through everything. Wow, okay, hey, I talk fast. For a while there, Redondo was in this kind of crazy stage of like turning feasible parking spots into these green islands that people clip with their cars if they don't pay attention. Please don't do any more of those. If it's a parking space, leave it a parking space. Those bulges where they would put trees and try to turn it into a forest, I don't see the benefit. And people in some areas just, it takes away 2 or 3 valuable parking spots. With that said, do you have any questions for me since I'm ahead of time?
Technically, we're not supposed to engage.
I have a clarifying question, actually.
Yes, sir.
Would you feel, how do you feel about if we were to introduce cannabis, retail cannabis, and that takes away the hookah lounge and some of the other shops?
Hookah lounge will stay there because that demographic does not consume illegal or illicit drugs of any kind. So that lounge, from what I've been told from the owners, as long as I'm not in violation of any timers, it's a very niche. It's where people from, I believe, the Islamic community can come in and they just hang out.
Okay. Thank you. All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, council.
Mr. Pinsler.
Good evening, Bob Pinsler. I'd like to refer you to an article that appeared Monday in the Los Angeles Times regarding license plate readers. As most of you know, I was in that business. And it's a very enlightening article about not just how how much license plate reading is done in the county. There are thousands of license plate reading cameras in Los Angeles County, but it also has examples of the misuse of it. And that is what has always been of concern to me. There's plenty of great uses for license plate readers. The concern is always about what happens to the data. And I want you to keep informed about license plate readers and what is the positives and the potential negatives of what goes on with those. So it was Monday's Los Angeles Times. If you'd like, I can send you copies of it, but it's a fascinating article about how prolific this is in this county, how cheap it is now relative to when I was in the business, which was, ancient days when you consider, when we did this. However, it's an extraordinary device that is used both for the positive nature of finding particularly stolen vehicles and perhaps people who are associated with criminal activity, but also the potential misuse of it. So keep informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council? Anybody online?
Yes. I have a Melissa Ducant.
You there, Melissa?
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Melissa Deschamps. I'm a District 1 resident. I first wanted to thank you all for everything that you do. And as I've remarked multiple times, I have opposed you from time to time on a variety of issues. However, I deeply appreciate each and every one of you and that you show up for our city day after day after day. And I appreciate that it's often a thankless job. It was nice seeing a few of you out and about this weekend at some of the events. And congratulations on Measure FP. And also congratulations to our whole city for turning out and everything that was approved. I wanted to note that with regards to the school bond measure, there's going to be a school bond oversight committee being formed, and there'll be email information going out on the district website. So it's an opportunity for anyone who wants to monitor what they're doing with the funds. It's a great opportunity to get engaged. I have two things I wanted to add, and that is, first, I want to reiterate my opposition to storefront cannabis dispensaries. They normalize cannabis use for our youth, and they also increase cannabis use for our youth per the most recent California Department of Public Health data. And I'd like to propose a win-win scenario that I've mentioned multiple times of a delivery-only model that protects our youth. It allows the city to collect tax revenue, and it allows cannabis operators to sell in Redondo Beach. And the last thing I wanted to add is I was so disappointed last week at the last city council meeting by the actions of Councilmember Narenheim, who used his position on the dais to try and slander and, really importantly, silence public comment. And this just cannot be normalized. Civic engagement is such an important part of our city government, and that just cannot be normalized. We all have to do better and be better. I recently attended a school board meeting, and we had a member from the public who used litigation against a sitting school board member and read that out loud, and that's equally distasteful. We all have to be better and do better with regards to not trying to silence public comment, but also how we interact with each other. Thank you so much again for all that you do, and I hope everybody has a lovely evening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, I don't see anybody else on Zoom with their hand raised. We have 5 e-comments, 3 opposed, 1 support. You'd have to read it to see what they're opposing or supporting.
Okay.
And that's it. Thank you.
Same topic or different topics?
I think they're all different topics. I mean, I didn't read them. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to take a moment to address some misconceptions here. I got accused of only supporting harbor stuff, which my track record shows otherwise. Measure DD applies to the whole city, and Bill Brand and I were the primary writers and advocates of that, and I've shown true to that track record since. My comment with respect to the general plan comments is we heard loud and clear both sides of the argument on BCHD. And we weren't going to decide it that night, and that was very clear. And the other side of that is we were approving a general plan for the whole city. And the comments dominated were on one topic. And I think that's a travesty that we're rezoning the whole city and all we talked about was largely one property. So that's, and I didn't stop anybody, I didn't cut you off. So there's nothing I did to stymie public comment. I merely said, we heard you loud and clear, and that you'd have another chance at another bite at the apple, which you had at the next council meeting. So I just want to set the record straight. I have not just up here advocating for the harbor. I've supported multiple things going on across the city, and I am not on a Beach Cities Health District Advisory Board. I was on a community group that was invited, that was disbanded years ago. And even in that, Pat Oust, Mark Nelson, and I all pushed back on the density on that property. If you attended those meetings, you know I pushed back on density, and Pat Oust, who it was not ally because he was against me largely when he was on city council, we both opined in that. So I just want to set the record straight. You're welcome to malign me as you want on public comment, but a lot of that isn't true, and some of it I think was misconstrued there. So, and to the extent that you interpreted that I was squelching or didn't want public discourse, I apologize, that's not what I'm about. So I just wanted to set the record straight, and thank you for speaking out. I appreciate it whether you like what I do or don't. So I just wanted to set the record straight. Okay, with that, let's see, we have no public hearings tonight, so no ex parte communications. We're jumping down. The only thing we've got on is the mayor and council items. So we'll jump to those. The first four relate to potential charter amendments coming up.
You want to do the city manager items? That's usually right.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Yes.
City Manager Wojciechowski, anything on city manager?
Yes,
items?
Mayor,
Thanks for
I'll be
correcting me.
brief. Just want to let you all know and the community know that as we near the conclusion of the November election, particularly as it pertains to Measure FP, we as staff are preparing a next steps item, assuming the results hold and we're successful in the outcome. And we'll be discussing on December 10th, sort of the different buckets of decisions, policy directions that we'll need, and our general sense of timing, and as I said, next action steps, so the community can begin to get their arms around that, as can all of you. And then, as you mentioned earlier, our next meeting is going to be December 3rd. That evening, we will be discussing a number of things, including calling for the March election. It's seemingly elections all the time around here. And we'll be discussing, as you mentioned briefly there, the addendum associated with EIR and the PI Zone FAR for the Beach Cities Health District site. So that'll be before the council on the 3rd, among some other items that evening as well. That's all I have.
Okay, and we'll be having our own call in some way, shape, or form for the Public Oversight Committee for FP too.
Yeah, that's one of the buckets we'll be discussing. That'll be a policy consideration of the council, and the timing of that, sometime likely early 2025, spring, again, presuming the stats and election results hold the way they have been steadily holding here over the last week.
Yes, when do we certify?
I think we're expecting to hear from the county on December 10th.
Right, we'll get the certification on December 4th, but we'll put it on council on December 10th.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now to the mayor and council items, which is the first four charter amendment items.
Yeah, we're going city clerk will start, but before I get started, so the next four items, just to remind, is that next week on the 3rd, we've already called the election. We're going to be adding charter amendments. So that's what we would be doing. And we would bring back the ballot title, the charter amendment adds or corrections or changes, and then the measure letter, the request for the impartial analysis to the city attorney, and also the arguments. So I just wanted you to understand what we're going to be bringing on December 3rd, depending on how many charter
You've got a
amendments.
lot coming up related to the
Yes.
election in March and
Yes.
not
Yes.
making your job easy.
Okay, so I wanted to bring back, based on the last time we discussed regarding the qualifications of the city clerk. So I'll just put that up right now. And if you could make that a little bigger, Melissa. I have Melissa, my analyst, helping out today. And then if you can go to item F. So the one thing I did add, and I didn't put it in bold, which is where it says review the expenditures. So I put the expenditures, so that will be in bold of black. So that's one of the things I input in there, so that way it's pretty clear that the city clerk is looking at expenditures, and that's it. And then the next, keep going down to the last paragraph. Oh, not too far down, because this, oh, no, yeah. This is related, go up a little. Oh, I'm sorry, down.
Left, right?
Yeah, yeah. A little further down. I forgot we have more. And then these are, keep going just a little bit more so you can see that right there. So this is what was discussed at the last meeting. So I removed all the strikeouts for the 15 units and then added or have 5 years of experience as city clerk in the state of California or have a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university and 5 years of experience in a responsible position involving public or private sector accounting. So I'm not sure, that's where I was left off. So I don't know if you wanted to add something more or change or.
So those are your recommendations?
No, this was the recommendations came
Council,
from
if I
last.
may.
Council,
Yes,
okay.
we kind of put it all in there.
Yeah, and there's nothing that, we don't have to put all this in one charter change. We could separate the requirements for the position from the changes in duties, correct?
Yes, you.
Because they are kind of two
This
separate.
paragraph, you can put as a separate charter amendment. However, you're gonna, we're looking at, if we're splitting this one, we're splitting the treasurer, that's 4 charter amendments. So, and this one has, if you go further, this actually has 3 charter sections. So it has this and the city manager further down. There's only one right there, the strikeout. So that's what you're gonna see.
Okay, thank you.
It's your decision. You want to split the qualifications.
My button isn't working. Okay, I got no
Bill's
request.
verbally raised his hand.
Okay,
thank you.
verbally raised his hand. That's a first.
Can you go back up to the auditing section and the review?
Get number F.
Yeah, let's see. Review the expenditures of the city, which are under the direction of the city manager and in connection there with access to the city's financial system and the city's, at the city's clerk's discretion, review and approve city expenditures prior to payment to identify any irregular transactions. So that only applies to irregular transactions. Identifying irregular transactions. Because I want to make sure it doesn't include the ability for a future city clerk to look at a expenditure and say, I don't agree with that.
Well, as written, it says that.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it says that.
Yeah, I'm making sure.
Assuming it's common.
Yeah.
No, she could refuse to approve a regular transaction.
Irregular, just keeping it to irregular, right? Okay.
Well,
No,
that's what I would.
no. She has to approve any and all transactions under this language.
Well, under 20-20.1, I'm reviewing all demands, all expenditures. Here is when I have an issue with a demand, then I'm going to go to the city attorney, the city manager, talk about it, and if it's still not reconciled, then we'll come to the council.
Okay,
That's what-
can you
and
go
we're
down
doing
for,
it Within 45.
within 49, okay, made it,
Correct.
okay. Any further down here, let these two right here, participate during the process and review of accounting procedures and audit, participating in the audit, okay, periodically, not more than once a year, audit areas of city expenditures as accounts for, okay. Mr. City Manager, how many times do we have the ability to audit now city finances, city expenditures?
So we undergo our normal annual audit, and then we have a single audit that follows
A
that in the
third
spring.
party doing
Third
this.
party, yeah, third party. So we always have one audit each year as part of our annual comprehensive financial report. And then we'll have a single audit that occurs subsequent to that. This would be, I think, more in line with the periodic sort of Moss Adams type review that we've had in the past, where we bring on a firm to help do different accounting audits, procedural audits, et cetera. I think that's what the clerk's driving at here, is to have that sort of enshrined in the language and to be clear about that from a functional standpoint. What's important is that the reasoning for the not more than once a year is to ensure that we don't get a successor that wants to audit constantly everything we're doing and sort of creates bottlenecks in our structures and operations. So because audits are a very sort of time intensive and time consuming endeavor to do them properly. And you want to make sure that there's a little bit of a control on that. So this would be separate from the audit, the city's annual comprehensive financial report auditing process. This would be specifically something that would be more spot auditing as a sort of a check and balance from the lens of the clerk.
Okay. Is there something in the city treasurer's position we have it as well for auditing?
There's comparable language in the treasurer's draft that would give the treasurer the same opportunity for revenues while this is directed towards expenditures.
So separate it out of the two.
Yep.
Yes.
And then the total audit that we do once a year regardless, third party, we kind of do everything as a whole.
That's happening no matter, we have an obligation to do that under law. So that's not affected by these two charter changes. That's something
And that audit is just making sure 1 + 1 = 2.0.
Generally speaking, yes, with some spot auditing that occurs from a procedural standpoint.
So I've done audits before I became city clerk, I've done audits for 20-some years. And so it's more of a high level. And there are times if they see something, but mostly it's a high level. Single audit is for grants. That's what the city, so like housing, that's what they focus on. And so that's what they do it for an audit.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not over auditing everywhere a million times, 10 different places, 10 different times, and everyone's just auditing all the time. I was like, okay, well,
That's why we put more, just, no more than once. I'm looking at which is what I wanted Moss Adams to do. They got stuck in the role responsibility instead of doing some of the audits that I was looking for.
Okay.
In that certain sections.
And I think that's why the language is written the way it is. So the clerk and the treasurer would still have their discretion to say, hey, listen, it's been a busy year. It doesn't make sense for us to do, maybe we do a small audit this year as opposed to a comprehensive one. So the not more than once a year was selected to ensure no more than that, but it doesn't obligate either of the positions to do it every year, year over year.
Prevents them from doing over
Correct.
auditing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I
Like we are
I
now.
used to be on that
To
side.
audit, so we don't have to audit the audits,
Right.
so to speak. Yeah.
Who's watching the watchers? Yeah, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Let me ask a question. So if we go with this as written here, you're satisfied with the?
Yeah, the requirements for the eligibility, that's where I have a little bit, but I mean, I can understand. I mean, it's just hard because now that we're doing full-on elections, that's a very tedious part, and I feel that, they really should have some kind of degree. I also feel like they should have.
Some kind of what?
Because it's very tedious, they should have a degree, a bachelor's degree. That's where my line is that I think they should have a degree. It's just that you're working with department heads that are degreed. If you come into this job or a job here for the city, it's degreed in a sense of department heads. And then you're working with staff that some of them might have degrees. And so I think you're at that same level if you have a degree, a bachelor's. That's the only thing I have.
And since this is also, Eugene, are you satisfied with the wording that we're talking about in dividing up redistributing the roles and responsibilities?
The wording for the clerk's office, is that the question?
On both, actually.
Well, for the clerk's office insofar as it relates to the treasurer's duties.
Yeah.
Yes, we've had discussions with the city clerk's office and are comfortable with the changes as suggested. Yes.
And Rolf or Bob, are you guys satisfied since you were part of the?
Good evening. I'm partially here because my name's on a whole bunch of stuff in the background material. So I'm here to help explain at least some of the thinking that we had there. The issue that was raised first was whether to do this all as one piece. It needs to be done as all as one piece because, first of all, there are 3 different places. They all relate to each other. So if one happens and the others don't, what do? You now have conflict inside of the charter. We don't believe that should be done in that way.
Including the requirements for the position?
Everything should be done at one time, I believe. The requirements may be separated, but then again, if you don't change the requirements and you require 15 units of accounting, for example, you have now ruled out one of the things that we wanted to put in there was city clerk experience. Now, if you have city clerk experience, Redondo Beach is the only city in California where the city clerk has any accounting duties. So if you put that in there, 15 years of accounting, you've ruled out one of the things that you want to make as a possible reason for being a city clerk, which is being other city clerk in another city. For example, Sandy Forest had been a city clerk. And one other thing to think about, I understand Eleanor's statement about her doing audits. This is not about her. This is not about
No,
Jeannie.
no, I understand.
This is about what happens in the future, because.
Yeah, my point with that is you could support the roles and responsibilities changes or clarifications, but differ on the requirements, and we could lose votes for something that otherwise would pass.
You may very well, but the reason for the change of the requirements is in part due to the changes that were made above and below. So we think that there is synergy.
You think it all has to be done at once?
Synergy between those pieces. One of the questions that was raised was how these audits should be done. One of the reasons for talking about this and taking out all of that verbiage was that as it stands right now, a city clerk could stop the work of the city by just saying no. She could just literally say no, and then it doesn't get anywhere. Or, for example, a city clerk has a specific animus toward a vendor and could stop that vendor. And we can't do anything about it. This is part of the changes, is to try to take that out of the charter and make it so that there's a relationship between the clerk and the city manager, who is running the financial operation for the most part, and to the city council for you to make those decisions.
Okay.
So that's the reason behind these changes.
Got it.
It has nothing to do with any individual.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Has the city attorney weighed in on the most recent language?
No, because, sorry.
Well, you might want to be more specific about what language he has or hasn't weighed in on, Eleanor, if
Well,
that's the
just-
answer.
Just what I did today was not today, but the review the expenditures. He hadn't reviewed that. And then I just redid the qualifications. So I didn't have him look at that, but that was based on what you provided.
Okay.
At this point.
All right. And Cheryl, have you looked at these proposed changes?
My understanding is Mr. Webb has not looked at the changes that Eleanor made based on my conversation with Eleanor earlier today. I've not been involved in these charter changes. I don't have any, background in looking at this. When I talked to Eleanor earlier today, I'm under the understanding that what she is seeking is direction on whether to add these to the election. She informed me that you could make further changes on the 3rd, but at this time, I don't know what Mr. Webb's take is on all the modifications that Eleanor has made.
All right. Mr. City Treasurer, do you have anything to add to or say about the proposed additional changes?
With regard to our item, the changes that I made that we'll see shortly, I made specific to Mr. Webb's comments in the last meeting. And had the discussion with regard to at least 11.1, which is the city treasurer item, with the city clerk, forwarding that to the city manager's office as well, specific to Mr. Webb's comments at the last meeting.
Okay. Eleanor, could you light up 3A, please? What I put on the screen is the language we agreed to last time concerning the qualifications for office of the city clerk, which was included in the agenda packet. I've just put this up to propose that we separated out into 3 clear, separate paragraphs. The way it appeared in the agenda packet, it was all kind of boxed together. The substance is the same, but it makes clear you have to meet one of these 3 requirements, 1 or 2 or 3. And so I just put that out there as a potential formatting change. That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank
But
you.
isn't this different than what you just put up?
No, it's the same, it's just,
It's, so you had or. I didn't notice that.
That's why I broke it out.
Okay.
I didn't.
I'm sorry.
he just has it in a
What's in the
different spot.
agenda packet is a bachelor's degree.
And this says or.
Well, I'm talking about the city clerk.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Am I on the wrong, I must be on the wrong.
And he just has the or right above it. So the or is right there, and then the or is right after.
But yours had an or. You said you think they should have a degree, but yours says or. That's what I'm trying to ascertain, because I don't remember.
Got it.
What we voted on last time was or, having 3 ors in here.
And it's in there, and I've just broken it out, 1, 2,
Okay,
3.
I like this breakup of the qualifications.
It's clear.
I agree.
All right, I'll send that to you. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim?
We're not discussing a city treasurer's item though right now, right? Are we? Or we?
Yes.
We are?
Clerk and,
Okay.
it's both, yeah.
In that case, I just wanted to make sure, my community meeting, because my residents tell me what they believe and think. This is 2 separate ballot items, correct?
That would be our preference,
I wanted to
that
make
the
sure.
qualifications that are being added to section 11.1 be decided by the voters separately from the current section 11.1 changes.
So we have a charter amendment for city clerk and another charter amendment for the city treasurer.
And then a third one, there's 2 within the city treasurer's changes that we're doing, aren't there?
Ideally, it would be the current section 11.1 changes, and then should the council decide to include or add qualifications to the role of city treasurer, that be decided in a separate ballot amendment.
So 4, because,
So there'll be, 1, 2, 3,
That's what I'm saying.
and then changes to the city clerk.
so 2 in the city clerk, and then 2 on the city treasurers.
If I understand what you're saying,
Yes, sir.
yes.
May I ask a question regarding that?
If no.
Yeah, go for it.
So if we make the changes, let's say they're separated out as far as the duties for clerk and treasurer, is there a conflict if one passes and the other doesn't?
Yeah.
So do they need, as far as the duties go, need to be in one?
Well,
That's a good
if
point.
mine doesn't pass, it would just go to revert to what it's there now.
Right.
But they could contradict each
I
other.
think your point is we should combine.
No, it won't for
If we
me.
change roles, we should combine.
No, it
them
won't.
In one change.
Councilman Keller-Jerovich, is it your question whether or not if the treasurer's item fails and the clerk's item succeeds, would there be a conflict between those 2?
Right.
I don't believe so.
No.
Question.
Okay. Mr. Pinsler, you agree with that?
No,
There would, you concur that there wouldn't be an issue?
The requirements issue is separate.
No, we're talking about the duties.
The 2, well, I don't think so. I don't think
We don't have nothing- we
there
don't-
really aren't, with the one exception that if the duties are not changed, we still have this situation where a city clerk can stop things
No, I
and the rest of
Yeah,
the
she just
city
asked if
can't
there's
do
a
it.
conflict.
But there's no conflict particularly between those 2 if one passes and the other one doesn't.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim, you still have the floor.
Yeah, last question. So do you know, I believe City of El Segundo, this question was asked last time, what happens if someone doesn't run for the position? And I believe, you know, City of El Segundo and I believe Glendora or Pomona?
I think Sierra Madre had, in the recent election, did not have someone file for the role of city treasurer.
In Sierra Madre?
I believe that was the city, yes.
And in city clerk for the City of El Segundo?
Correct.
I think so.
Right?
Correct.
And what happens?
So I believe what happens is the council then appoints someone.
See, we don't have anything on the charter.
We don't have anything-
So that's the only problem.
Be good to add that, now that we have the chance to.
I would have to
We're getting late in the cycle to keep adding.
Well, that's a big one, because there's a vacancy and we don't know what to do.
Well,
That's a major
But there's a
problem.
deputy that can step in until
Until when?
the election.
The
4 years?
council would have to call a
Till
special
2
election.
years.
So 2 years.
Till 2 years, because then you can appoint, but I don't know what
Long
happens.
period of time.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't the charter technically require another election, a special election? You just
No.
keep having special elections until,
What if somebody doesn't want to run? You know, if somebody doesn't run and then we have a special election, somebody doesn't want to run.
what if somebody gets
We did
elected
that
mayor and
today.
then decides that they don't want to do it on day one? They bail, they resign. We're gonna have to have a
That,
special election. to fill
actually,
that.
that has happened over in the city of Carson, where they had multiple candidates run for city clerk. The one that won quit within a week or two,
Right.
or 3.
Yeah,
And they
that's
ended up
exactly-
they were able to call a special election. In that case, there's a provision for that in the city charter, ours as well, which means there was a vacancy, and the council would be considered, a special election for that, since it's deemed vacant. So I would believe, since it's a vacancy, then it would go down the
Yes,
path.
so under section 10.2, that governs elective offices, vacancies, leaves of absence, temporary appointments. So there is a provision that says that, you know, if one of the officials is for 30 days or more, does not perform the official duties, then the council basically can determine that the position is vacant. And then I think at that point, you would have to, you know, have an election.
Then there's 6-4, I think.
If it's over 2 years.
It's over 2 years.
Well, if nobody decides to run, it's on council and the mayor to find somebody to qualify as a write-in candidate and then just get one vote, and that person will be clerk.
Democracy.
That's the solution.
That is
They have to be a
could have that in a
qualified
regular
write-in.
not really a
Right, they have to be a
choice.
qualified write-in, right.
Yeah, so as the city manager said, section 6.4, it says that if there's less than 2 years, then it shall be filled by appointment by the majority of the remaining members of the city council. Oh, that's, yeah, any vacancy in the city council, any elective office shall be
Right.
filled as follows. If there's 2 years or more, then the city council shall forthwith order a special election to fill the vacancy.
To save hundreds of thousands
Yeah,
of dollars.
so there is a process.
There's a process.
Yeah.
In all cases, as soon as that 1 day passes, it's less than 2 years, then you can in fact appoint. But it has to, the next election would have to be the next cycle round. So it can't be longer than 2 years. And it doesn't count as a term.
All right, motion to approve both of these charter amendments as 2 separate charter amendments, or all these charter amendments, one for the clerk relative to duties and qualifications, one for the treasurer relative to duties and qualifications, with the qualifications for both being broken out and enumerated.
So
And I realize, as it concerns the treasurers, it goes to, you know, a first item, then a conjunction, a second item, which is a disjunction. So that'll have to be like a 2A and 2B, 2A or 2B. And the first one will be a 1, or however you want to.
You lost us all.
Okay, let's plug in.
Well, this is for the city clerk, but the city treasurer has his item
Yeah,
also.
we're just
so
talking
Oh,
that
you
should
have yours itemized
Yes.
in a blue folder? Got it. All right,
I just
So let's
finished
hear
up.
the treasurer and then we can do motions.
all right.
Anything else on clerk before we go to treasurer?
I thought we went to treasurer.
Okay, let's go to treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Light, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. Following up on your comments from our previous review of these items, if it's all right with you all, I'd like to do the qualifications first, as that would likely be the
Your discretion. Go ahead.
the leaner part of it. Should you minimize that?
Wow, this is much.
Well, this is fun.
Yeah. A little disjointed, apologies. With regard to, with regard to the qualifications, I did have a question here. As mentioned,
This isn't the
might be a
qualification.
second one there. Thank you. In our last discussion, this is amended based on your previous discussion. For item 2 was left as it was. For item 1, it was a discussion of having the bachelor's degree change or an associate's degree. In part of the discussion, it was with 2 years of work experience in a related field. The city attorney, when that discussion took place, did not think it was a good idea to go ahead and have in a related field as a modifier. I left it here with 2 years of work experience. As reviewing the meeting, that seemed to be part of what you all had considered as a requirement. But I did modify this language in item 1 here for bachelor's or an associate's degree. The majority of the council was in agreement as to those 2 requirements for item 1. The only item where the majority of the council did not perhaps agree or finalize was with regard to the work experience.
So 2 years of work experience with governmental accounting, financial markets, and investments, is that what that means?
That was the interrelated field discussion when it was brought up by Councilman Keller-Jarovich. The associate's degree in a related field, that was something that the city attorney thought there might be an issue with.
So it says 2 years of work experience.
Yes.
So you're asking us to fill in the
Could be
blank?
as a bus driver.
Asking if
I was
you
just
want,
thinking the same thing.
if you as the council, the majority of the council there would like it to read in a related field or specify the type of work experience that you would like, such as working within, as the clerk's office, working within city treasurer's department or financial services office, something along those lines.
May I weigh in? Yeah. Okay, I would say a bachelor's degree or associate's degree or 4 years of work experience. Combining the 2, not separate. Does that make sense?
So these 2 items as not being delineated, just all as one item, bachelor's degree or an associate's degree, or 4 or more years of work experience with governmental accounting, financial markets, and investments.
I would say a bachelor's degree or associate's degree with 2 years of work experience or 4 or more years experience working with government accounting.
All as one item.
All in one line. That way it's a little bit more clear because it says 2 years of work experience. Again, could be a bus driver, could not, that bus drivers aren't.
And are you saying and or for the government accounting, financial markets?
Or. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the same, end up same result.
No, it isn't, because this is with 2 years of work experience, and then people go, what is that? 2 years of work experience doing
Yeah,
what?
with, you should need to use the word with, not or.
No, that's
With
not-
2 years of experience or 4 more years of work experience. Or 4 more years of work experience.
So no, I think what you're going at is a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree with 2 years of work experience in government accounting, financial markets, and investments, or 4 more years experience working with government accounting, financial markets. I think that's what you're driving.
That's what I'm going for, but I didn't want to mention it twice.
I don't mind mentioning it twice.
And you want an and at that, when you say government accounting, financial markets, and investments?
Or investments. Should be or.
That's a big ask.
Yeah, it's or.
And it should be or.
Should be or.
It should be or, not and. Or investments, because you that's actually, you have to do.
Or within.
If we could, first of all, hate to be the comma queen on this, but after a bachelor's degree is the associate's degree with 2 years of work experience associated with just the associates or both the bachelor's and associates? Because if you want the associate's degree with 2 years experience, but a bachelor's degree without any work experience, you'd have a comma between degree and or. The second thing is that with 2 years of work experience, and then you have 4 or more years of experience working in government, it seems contradictory to each other. Because what you really do want is those things that are associated with the 4 or more years of work experience. You don't want work experience as in
Period.
in limbo, because that work experience could be anything.
Yeah, bus
Right.
driver.
Bus driver.
Right.
So
Not denigrating bus drivers, just.
It's a great job.
Hey, they run Venezuela, so what do you
So
know?
we did have a discussion about associate's degrees.
Strike with 2 years of work experience in number one, right?
Right, and if you want to make it and, then you've just got a single line of bachelor's degree or an associate's degree with 4 or more years of working experience in governmental accounting, financial markets, and investments. That seems to make more sense.
Yeah, well,
So you're limited, so if you got a bachelor's degree and an associate's degree, you're saying, and 4 more years of experience?
With 4 or more years of experience. The question is, do you want someone who has just gotten a bachelor's degree, and the fact of the bachelor's degree, which might be in philosophy?
that's more than we can get. They can come out of a community college with an associate's degree and jump straight into the treasurer's office.
No, but if you get an associate's degree and then you have some working experience, you want to define the work experience that is associated with the treasurer's office. And those are the things, it seems to me, that are.
How about a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree with 2 or more years of experience working with governmental accounting, financial markets, and investments?
Yeah.
So 2 years of experience, not 4.
Or
4 more years experience, yes, so you just wouldn't,
Okay.
you wouldn't cross out, you wouldn't have strike-through language on,
Is that clear for you?
Okay. So
I think so.
So maybe to clarify, we could say 2 years of work experience in these industries and a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree.
Some of you asked why our meetings took so long.
wordsmithing.
I think that would be the ideal way of doing it. Part of our conversation last time was you wouldn't get an associate's degree in a specific field, such as economics or such as finance. But you could have an associate's degree and then the work in this related field specifically, you're being specific there. And I think that solves that issue of the generic idea of a related field or making it, since an associate's doesn't have a specificity to it.
Do you have a degree?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree. I have 2 bachelor's degrees.
In?
My bachelor's degrees are in political science and history. However, I do have experience working as a registered investment advisor, having passed securities exams.
I just wanted
One would
to
argue.
understand.
That that's experience.
Yes.
It's an important point because your opponent wouldn't qualify under these terms, the old terms.
Under these terms?
The old terms.
Okay.
That was true.
So that would be a bachelor's degree, comma, or an associate's degree with 2 years of work experience in governmental accounting, financial markets, or investments.
So you can get a bachelor's degree in anything and no experience with anything to do with finance, government, accounting, anything like that.
That's up to you all.
Well, but I'm trying to understand what's here. That's the way I read it.
Can I wordsmith what's on your computer so that we can?
Please.
Oh, you got it? Okay, never mind. We got a better guy on.
I'm having a flashback here.
Yeah, and if I may, as Chair of the Charter Review Committee, Rolf Stretzenberg, one of the things we did find during the committee meetings is make sure you do write it out. And because it is so easy to miscommunicate, so write out what you think you're agreeing on, and then make sure you agree on it.
Switch to 3A, please.
2A?
3A.
Or 2B?
3A.
Oh, 3A, sorry. I was like, wait a minute.
We're not taking public comment yet.
Bachelor's degree with 2 more years. 4 more years of work experience in government.
A bachelor's degree in anything.
So that would be a bachelor's degree, comma, or an associate's degree.
No, I understand.
All right, so we'd want to say a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree, comma, and, right? Isn't that clearer instead of with? So
both of them
and
have to have
to
2 or
delete
more
with,
years.
yeah. And 2 or more years of work experience. Yeah, is that clear? Nods?
It's clear. Should we talk a little bit more about the substance of what's in here? which is, work experience in governmental accounting. Is that specific enough? What does that mean? Work experience in financial markets. Ultimately, the city clerk, I think, is going to have to be the gatekeeper of objectively what that means. Work experience in, quote, investments. Todd, any thoughts on that?
I think that's fine.
Think it's fine.
I would say a bachelor's or an associate's degree, not a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree, just wordsmithing it. So just take out, yeah.
I'm kind of just interjecting my thoughts since I didn't get to vote on, participate in this last round. I believe we should say the bachelor's or the bachelor's degree should be in accounting, finance, or related field, or you have to have 4 or more years of experience with are you guys actually saying you don't have to have a degree to be the treasurer?
That's what this says right now.
That's what this says.
And that's what you agreed to last time, or?
We agree to
I
come back and
personally
discuss.
thought that they should, because you're dealing with a $100 million portfolio, but I was
Yeah.
outvoted, so.
There was the discussion about whether, are we limiting ourselves to
Right,
too
I
much
understand.
where,
And let the voters decide and all
well,
that.
right, and then we end up with a situation where nobody applies to be the candidate.
Yeah, and we voted to come back and
The
discuss.
attorney.
We voted to come back and discuss it. We didn't decide that.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing now.
Okay, I got it.
Well, one quick question, if I may, to the city, Madam Clerk. When we have I guess you've been around, you have been around for the city attorney's race. How do you prove they have said qualifications?
So technically, I don't prove anything. I just they fill out an oath that says. that this-
Affidavit?
An affidavit. And then what normally happens is it's the candidate to decide if they feel that they don't have those qualifications.
And then they do what? They have to file a complaint?
A writ.
A writ?
And that's what.
Another
course.
candidate,
No
or
instruction.
any other person could file a writ, right? Any resident could file a writ to challenge. Right.
Any voter can file that. And they include the city of Redondo Beach on that as well?
Doesn't have to be a voter, does it?
They include,
That I don't know.
okay.
I don't know how that works.
They'll include the clerk if they want kind of like injunctive relief to.
Decertify the person.
Yeah.
To stop, any type of election moving forward. I remember there was a case where someone filed suit on I guess, a statement that a commissioner wrote when they were trying to be a commissioner. And those usually the writ departments will hear pretty quickly because they know that they deal with elections.
Yeah, instant.
I have a problem with how this is written, because if you don't, let's say you had a history degree as an undergraduate and you had an MBA, you wouldn't qualify.
Wait, you got to say it again?
If you had an undergraduate history degree and then you had an MBA, okay, thank you. Or master's. Because that means that, a master's degree.
Is that what it is?
Because if your bachelor's was in anything other than business, but then you got
Is that adequate, a master's of business degree? Does that?
You could have a master's in finance too.
That's very rare, not very common.
Yeah, but
It's out there.
Or masters in a related field.
A master's degree in business or in business administration or similar, I guess,
College in accounting.
or management.
How about a master's in business? Period. I mean, like, why do you need to put administration? What if they're-
You get a master's in management,
Right.
that's not business. That's not an MBA.
Okay, but how about business, not business administration? What if it's like business finance? I don't know if that exists, but.
There's a master's in global management or master's in management.
You're nodding.
It would have to be business it has to be generalized, because
Yeah.
what you're dealing with, Mr. Treasurer, is more than just administration, admin work.
Couldn't you just repeat 2 with master's degree?
Yeah.
Not have to solve the
Or
problem.
just say to a bachelor's or master's degree.
From
yeah.
Yeah,
A
how about
bachelor's
a
degree
bachelor's
or
or
higher,
number two?
because you could get a PhD too.
A bachelor's, master's, or doctoral?
Well,
no, but
prior to the last meeting, we had all of those terms included, and your discussions at the last meeting elected to delete them.
Nobody gets a doctoral without one of these prior ones, right?
Usually.
Okay, so we don't need those other ones.
Well, but you could, to Eugene's point, you could get a bachelor's degree in a more generic subject and then get a master's degree in something specific, like finance, business, econ, public admin, et cetera.
Bachelor's in math,
So
and
I'd be
then
unqualified as.
You could get a master's in math and then get
And we had a committee that worked on this?
PhD.
Yeah.
The primary focus, the primary focus of the treasurer's office, if the changes as suggested are adopted by the voters, will be in investments, where that person will be engaging most of their latitude. The other items in 11.1 will be more of an administrative role, reviewing those sorts of things, auditing at times, reviewing balance sheets, reviewing P&Ls, internal documents of the city to see and analyze cash flow. So when you're considering what you're asking for in qualifications here, those are the two main things that the treasurer will be doing. One, the city investments, and two, reviewing those sorts of internal fund balances, disbursements, and revenues for analyzing cash flow, again, for investments.
Would it be worth it to take a 15-minute break and let two of the council and the treasurer and somebody from the committee sit down and wordsmith this and come back, rather than?
Do you want to look
No,
at
let's
the
get
rest
it
of
done.
his?
I'm gonna have to-
It has to come back to us
I'm gonna
anyways,
have to
right?
leave at 9:15.
Coming back on the 3rd.
At least for half an
You
hour.
might want to also look at the treasurer's duties, because he made some changes on that.
I think this is fine as it's written, actually.
Okay.
Or, yeah, there you go.
Bachelor's
That works.
degree.
Thank you, Councilmember Barrett, for.
Yes.
Can I ask, the last time we reviewed this, we had a number of these terms included. In your discussions, they were deleted. It was a 3-2 feeling on the council to have these qualifications there. So I would ask, perhaps out of place, and I apologize, if those who had supported the ideas of the qualifications support including these additional requirements.
They're not additional requirements, it's a disjunctive test, so any one of them is gonna allow somebody to qualify, right?
Disjunctive test.
Wow.
Fancy.
And I think what you're asking comes down to,
It's Charter Financial Analyst, as we were corrected. I apologize, that's still there.
What, should be not advisor, but analyst?
Analyst.
do those require a degree?
To have a CFA or a CFP, I don't believe so, no. It's a separate examinations.
Who designates?
There's a national organization that has that education program.
So a recognized designation.
they're hard to get.
It's significant to achieve one of those designations. There's a lot of work that goes into
Business
it.
economics twice, under masters.
Business, economic.
Business economics, business
Oh,
economics.
thank you.
yeah.
To answer your question, I think, because I was one of the ones who voted against it, having qualifications, what's important for me is the 4 more years of work experience in governmental accounting, financial markets, or investments. That opens up the field. While I don't feel there should be any qualifications, because it's up to the voters to decide, this allows someone with some type of broad experience to be able to pull paperwork. But with that said, now you did get me thinking, with that said, I don't know if your opponent last time would qualify under these terms, and I want to be very careful with not creating a moat for people to prevent them from.
Would you qualify under this?
I believe so.
Would you have qualified under this when you ran?
I believe so, but that would ultimately be the clerk's call. I had
So
experience.
it's your call.
My call would be I would have, yes.
Okay,
All right. But
go ahead.
on that subject, number 4, to Bob Pinsler's point on a prior thing, is it 4 or more years of work experience in governmental accounting, governmental financial markets, or governmental investments? I mean, they could be read that way, right?
You're missing an or and a 3.
It would be either.
Well,
Is that a question for me, Councilmember Obagi?
I mean, does anybody
Put it
interpret
in
it
the
that way?
opposite
Is
order.
that ambiguous at all to anybody?
There's
Yeah,
definitely
okay.
a difference
So maybe-
Put
between.
that one last.
Yeah, put,
I think to your
Government
point,
accounting
I
last.
think it
yeah, let's
means,
put governmental accounting
After
last,
the or.
please.
Yeah.
And put investments up.
Yeah, I read financial markets as broader,
I do too.
not more selective.
Right, which is why, though, maybe just to be clear and less ambiguous, governmental accounting should go towards the end. There we go.
Scott, you know the answer to this is because you went to UCSB. Business economics is a major at UCSB, right?
It is.
Okay, that's why I asked you that, because it's
I'm not
economics.
planning to run for city clerk, though.
City treasurer, this is city treasurer.
Isn't there supposed to be an or on the end of 3?
Yes.
Yes. No, that's it.
And is there a reason why, number 2, it's from an accredited college for the bachelor's degree, but you didn't want it in 1 or 3?
Well, there's,
Yeah, we only care about them.
Okay,
I think the.
wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, actually.
It
Well,
should
but
probably be
is it-
listed in all of them.
Isn't the bolster to the qualifications of the person that they had 2 or more years of work experience in financial markets, et cetera, in number 1? But I was okay with an unaccredited, but I guess we can do accredited. Cool.
Should they have this also at the time of filing nomination papers?
We want to do a remove accredited?
That's in the city clerk's side.
Oh, yeah.
We can put that in. Thanks for noting that. Do you,
Yeah.
you want to take out the under 1 accredited
No,
columns?
I don't want to change anything.
You want to put it under master's degree?
Shall at the time, it should match up what we have for every other
Yeah,
position.
at the
Well,
top.
and the associate's degree should be from an accredited college as well, so you might want to move that below the associate's degree.
Well, that was my question. Our associate's degrees, I'm not super familiar with them. Are they typically they're all from accredited?
Yeah, they have to be from accredited colleges.
Well,
And the master's degree.
let me just get it. Yeah, I'll get it too.
Not mail order.
You know, at Penn State, in the engineering building, in the restrooms, it said that under the toilet paper dispenser above it, it said business degree, take 1.
Well, that is Penn State, so.
That's why it's not accredited.
Did not have Penn State bathrooms on my bingo card tonight.
So also in the city clerk, you have accredited college or university. I don't know if that makes sense.
You're supposed to say that about your
I
rival
just-
schooling. You're not supposed to say about your own. Right. What Pitt?
Okay, bachelor's or associate's.
We also call it the first year of engineering pre-business.
Or university, that probably should be out.
Right, 'cause-
College or university, right?
In case you don't.
Where in here, Madam Clerk, would you have at the time of filing?
Med pre-law.
It's usually right at the beginning, so technically, where it says the city treasurer,
Shall at the time of,
yeah,
What?
shall at the time of filing.
yeah.
Scott, you're excellent at this.
But I still, don't we want accredited college, blah, 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 for master's degree
Yeah.
too?
I'd agree.
Yes.
And number 3. So glad somebody else is doing this.
Okay. So I put filing their nomination
Master's degrees?
papers.
I,
Perfect.
Oh, boy.
Shall.
I don't,
problem with adding all this
I don't
I know it is, but I
think so.
want to make it look right.
It's a legitimate point.
What was that?
Not to say there couldn't be one in the future,
Camino's
though.
a college.
No masters there.
Colleges, I believe, are only associates.
These are just.
Or bachelors. They can be
Oh,
just bachelors.
Oh, right.
Grant master's
Yeah.
degrees.
I think they can.
They don't offer as many graduate programs, but they do, some do.
Yeah.
Claremont.
Claremont Grad School does.
Right.
Okay, going once.
Well, going once.
Going twice, going three times. Are we satisfied with this?
Not yet.
Well, it's gonna come back to us
There's a
anyways,
lot of
right?
text.
I think it's good because it actually addresses both the question of whether or not we should have a degree or allows people that don't have a degree to have.
Yeah.
I think it's good. It widens the net.
I would ask if, I think the person would have it in any case.
We didn't ask you.
All right.
What's your opinion?
Thank you. There are designations, if you're going to include item 5, there are designations like you would receive as a city clerk from organizations like the CMTA or the GIOA, which is California Municipal Treasurers Association or Government Investment Officers Association, that you can obtain, that you go through a course protocol in order to get a designation as an expert in investments. I don't know if you're going to have item 5 there for those designations. I would expect that the person who's obtaining those designations from one of those treasurer organizations would have 4 more years of experience.
I think so.
But they may not. If you're going to include the designations, do you wish to include designations from certified or recognized organizations for city treasurer specifically?
How about government equivalent?
You're asking if those designations have to be from a city treasurer type org?
No, he's saying in addition, if you don't get this, but you get something from being a treasurer that says you're a
Say a
certified
designation as a
government.
certified governmental investment advisor
Yeah.
from the California Municipal Treasurers Association. You would have demonstrated proficiency over a 20-unit course load to obtain that designation. But you may not have 4 more years of work experience. But you don't have to have 4 more years of work experience in financial markets if you're a CFA or a CFP in this reading of the amendments. So I don't know that, I don't know that item 5 would not be incorporated as part of what you have above it.
Above it where?
Current item 5.
Yeah, the scenario is like you have a working artist who goes out and gets their chartered financial, their CFA
Not going to
designation
happen.
or
Right.
like financial planner
Person who
designation.
has one of those designations
But
is
it's-
going to qualify
The red
based
line?
on the above.
Right. The odds are,
You have to have work experience to have any of those.
odds are, yeah, odds are you're probably
just
going to get to 4 before you get to 5
5
in
years
life.
experience as a
But
city-
your
state of
point is it
California.
probably could happen.
It
Or have
takes
a
several
bachelor's
years to
degree
obtain one of those
accredited
designations.
Yeah, I would almost agree with that, to get rid of, I love the intention of 5, but we're making it
Might just be-
verbose.
Well, the problem is you could have, to Eugene's point, multiple versions of that down the road that are comparable.
5 years experience. as
And a
city
person who
treasurer.
has a CFA or a
State of
CFP
California.
does not necessarily have experience with what you've listed above, governmental accounting or investments. They may have the designation, they're going to have the knowledge, but they may not have the governmental accounting component of it.
I think we made this super inclusive.
How about we're being endorsed by Eugene Solomon?
It's
I
powerful.
can add one thing, please. One of the things that I took upon myself as part of the committee was to review all of the city charters. And some of the processes by the way that they got created. And one of the things we found in some of the elections involved with these is the longer a thing is, the more likely it is to fail. And you may have complicated this way more than it might be acceptable to the voters. And so how to rewrite this so that it doesn't look as though it's a tome might help. And taking out 5 might be a help because it's kind of implicit that one of those 1 through 4 is going to exist in order to get 5. So you may not need that. But I would, I think Rolf agrees, to recommend that
Yeah.
as short as you can make it, the better off it is.
Combine 2 and 3.
Into one.
Yeah, I fully agree with
Okay.
this statement on that.
Thank you.
Delete 3.
I would say remove 5.
Remove 5.
Because the conversation really is, you can't get one of those
Without having the other.
without having something
We're
else
gonna
in
get
that
to
field.
3 first, I think.
It's extremely unlikely.
Wouldn't number 4 be, yeah, I was going to say the same.
Good tip,
Wouldn't number 4 be
Mr.
the same
Kinsler.
as 3?
And that
It's
may,
governmental
that's
economy.
probably going to confuse voters too.
Yeah.
Need it? Get rid of this?
I'd get, because you have 4 more years of experience in
Okay, let's see if we can.
portfolio management, investments, or governmental accounting.
Cool.
Oh, do you have 4 years of experience in governmental accounting?
Do you have anything else to present?
We have the 11.1 section as well.
Before we move away from the qualifications, does this look condensed enough, Mr. Pinsler?
It's hard to say it will or it won't, but it's better than it was.
Okay.
You got a hanging ore there at the end.
What's that?
Got a hanging ore.
Hanging or? I think we agree on, maybe agree on the substance. It may be a matter of tightening up some of this, making it shorter. But we could discuss these qualifications further.
All right. Can we hear more from the?
Let's hear
You want to
your,
move on?
let's move on to
Different-
your.
Okay, I'll
next
work on that.
Good.
If you could light us back up again, then please, Madam Clerk.
Oops, wrong way. Sorry. There we go. Okay.
Again, here what we have is some of the changes that were made reflective of the previous meeting that you had. I'll start from top to bottom and address those things that were changed. On section A there, 11.1A, we included the idea that the audit would be periodically, but no more than annually, in alignment with what the clerk's office has and in alignment with your discussions. On item C, we added a modifier of dispersing revenue monies on demands after the discussion that we had here at the council and recommendation from the city attorney in that discussion, that we be specific for those things which are revenues and disbursements. In item D, once again, changes based upon the discussions here at council and in consultation with the city attorney at the time, that it was important to have access to these written reports, specify that the reports we're reviewing are revenue disbursements. An addition from the city clerk, I think, Madam City Clerk, to include the bank accounts. We've included fund balances here as this item is specific or important for analyzing cash flow. So it would be important, even though perhaps that's a term of art, to have access for review of these reports for receipts, revenue disbursements, bank accounts, and fund balances, as I said, to analyze that cash on hand and future cash needs. Change here in item E, also to the words have access to, and the authority to periodically audit all monies collected by the city, adding that there as a modifier. This item was something that was changed in the 2014 city treasurer charter amendment, the audit authority here. So we left it as it was, but included the periodically with regard to audit so that we don't create a bottleneck or have a bad actor otherwise create an issue within the city. In item F, again, in alignment with what we have with the clerk and the above, audit periodically, but no more than annually. And then the last portion that got changed, reference to a recommendation by the city attorney at our previous meeting, searching, as he suggested, you would want to search the municipal code. So act as tax administrator rather than where we had it before, hearing officer, in the manner provided for in this charter or by ordinance.
Is
So
that a subparagraph to F, the way?
it would be F1, yes, sir.
Okay, so that's intentional.
That is intentional, yes. But that is an addition to item F,
Okay.
item 1. That language did not exist or
Got it,
does not
got it.
exist currently
Tax administrator, a defined term?
within our municipal code. Yes.
Okay. And you're saying I'm sorry, did you have other edits?
No, sir. That was it.
That's the last one?
You consulted with the city attorney on this?
The city attorney, I forwarded this information to him for review. He hasn't been able to review these changes yet. This information, as I mentioned, was going back and reviewing the video of our previous meeting.
Right.
I reviewed that twice to make sure that I captured his comments at that meeting as accurately as possible. I cannot speak for him. I would not speak for him.
So you're saying this reflects his inputs at that meeting, but he has not reviewed this specific wording?
Yes.
Got a quick question of the city.
Yes.
And Mr. City Manager, you have any thoughts, comments, any concerns about what's in here?
No, I spoke with Eugene about this, offered my input as he circulated it to me. What was that, last Friday? I think these are good changes. I think they make sense. The one concern I had was the phrase periodically under section E, making sure that, again, we have no more than annually, but I think we've established that well enough in the document to not fear that bottleneck that was described. So I'm comfortable with these changes. I think they make sense.
Do you want to add, but no more than annually after periodically any?
We can, just for consistency. The only, I think what Eugene was trying to do here is to be as consistent with the prior changes as possible to avoid some of that voter fatigue or confusion, but it's fine either way for me. I'm capturing that right, Eugene?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But yeah, for consistency purposes, we could certainly put it in there.
Why is 1 a 1? I've learned an informal rule that there shouldn't be an A without a B and no 1 without a 2.
We can change it. It was how I formatted it at the time.
But no more than annual collection of city taxes and
City
fees.
charter?
So is it an additional thing or is it subservient to F?
It's an additional item.
So it should be,
Shouldn't it be G?
It should be G, right?
Have it as item G.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
Have it as G, G as H, or after G, have it as H.
It is possible that you would act as tax administrator not having performed an audit, right?
Yeah, so it should be G.
G.
It should, that's possible.
And then G should be H and all that.
Makes
kind of-
sense.
The charter has section 6.4 and then
I can see
A
this.
and then B.
I can see this as a typo that we then come back to another charter amendment to correct later on down the line.
Hopefully, we're done with charter amendments after this go around.
Oh, no, we got 3 more.
For 6 months.
If I could, A and E basically say the same thing. Audit periodically, and then below it says have the authority to periodically audit all monies, and that's what A says. So whether there's a difference, we need to specify.
We discussed that, and we thought that there could be a viewpoint of that as a difference without a distinction, but the voter fatigue part of it, not amending massive parts of the charter, being more inclusive than more restrictive, having additional language there rather than taking out language.
Who's we?
Myself, the city manager, finance director.
It is, I mean, we had the same comment. It does feel redundant, but to Eugene's point, I think this will, on the strike through of the actual ballot measure, this section will have minimal strike throughs as it's drafted here currently. So it might simplify things.
Okay. Any other discussion on this one? No. Okay. You guys want to propose a
I'll make a motion
motion or?
to approve all the changes and have them come back for the December 3rd meeting and propose 4 separate charter amendments.
Okay.
2 for the city clerk's office, 1 for the duties, thank you, and then the other one for the requirements, and then 2 for the city treasurer's office, 1 for the duties, and 1 for the requirements.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
what's my name? Sorry, Austin Carmichael, District 5. Hey, Scott. My HR hat is like on fire as I watch all of this transpire.
The fire department?
Yes. It drives me nuts to hear the employee write their own job description. That is, I can't. The other part about it is there is exclusive language in the job description for the city clerk. That gives me pause as well. If there are standards, then the standards should sit by themselves. But there is a line that says, no one shall, and it's like, wait, that feels a bit over the line. The other component about the degree requirement, when we first started this conversation, the sitting city clerk said, I just received my degree and I want to be recognized for that. That sends my sort of ethical training tingling, because it's like, if she hadn't said that, I wouldn't be concerned. But that then says, I'm getting a benefit from this, and that makes me nervous as well. And when I think about just myself, as a small business owner, folks are like, oh, you do bookkeeping. I was a small business owner from 2002 to 2020. We did so well that we are now a corporation. And so I'm responsible for accounting functions. And when I look at that, I see that even though I'm a corporation, doing very, very well, doing true accounting, not bookkeeping, I wouldn't qualify for the role. And that, to me, gives me pause, particularly because it's now something I'm very interested in. And so I have to sit and wonder.
Are you, pardon me for interrupting, are you talking about for the
city clerk?
For the city clerk?
Yeah, treasurer, I'm good there, but it kind of feels lopsided. Treasurer qualifications down here, city clerk qualifications are through the roof. Okay. So this whole thing is sort of giving me pause. I trust your judgment, so I'm gonna sandwich this, right? So I started out with, I trust your judgment. I feel that you all know that you're representing the city, and I'm hoping that you're being very thoughtful. The wordsmithing, that's cute, that's funny, we're doing a lot, but I do have to ask you to, leadership is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in your charge. So I hope you carry that with you as you look and wordsmith some of the city clerk responsibilities. Because when we have a backlog of PRAs and when we have different things going on in the city clerk, if the city clerk can't do city clerk 101, expanding powers kind of doesn't make sense to me. So I just bring these as a cautionary tale. Do what you do. You are appreciated. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Georgette Ganner, District 2. A few minutes ago, a lot of minutes ago, you said, what if, you had the what if scenario, if a city clerk or someone quit after they were elected, with our rank, is it ranked choice voting now? What if you just went to number 2 as opposed to having another election? Is that not legal? You can't do that? Can we put it in the charter to make it legal to?
No.
Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
It's a thought. I just thought, well, we could skip having to do another election, just possibly. Okay.
I like raising my hand. It makes me feel 30 years younger. Mr. Peters, District 5, great discussion on your part. Point number 1 is when I was listening to you work on this, it reeked, I should say, it screamed reinventing the wheel. I like to go to different cities and see how they do things there just to see what they have going on. It may very well, the answer may be in a neighboring city. Number 2, I have to agree with just randomly my other District 5 visitor here. HR should be involved in this, if anything else, an advisory role, because this is a job description and they are far more experienced in doing that. And they may be able to help in ways that you might not be able to see just because of their expertise and training. As I'm watching this, because I'm interested in elections, I'm interested in job descriptions, and I'm actually doing a lot of research for my own curiosity about what it is to effectively perform a given municipal role. It's not just like any other business where you can figure it out on your own. There's a lot of state regulations, federal regulations, and county, so like that. Based upon what I saw or what I see you working on, I can imagine it would be somewhat of like a crapshoot, like a roll of the dice on who applies versus who shows up. And I think that there's this like big gap between, I think that a lot of luck may come into play based upon when you're applying this role, based upon the language that I saw versus who shows up. And I'm sure that some years you have 3 qualified people battling it out for a particular role, and then some years it's famine where you don't have anybody other than like saying, oh, I can do it because I can run a calculator. So I think that going to other and talking like community groups, continuing education, people you know from conferences like that, and asking them what they have learned may be able to help all of you in working this out in a way that may better attract the quality of professional and experience that you need to be able to complement your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
None. No e-comments or Zoom for this item.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Eleanor, could you light up 3A, please?
Light up.
Light up, what's the, turn on?
Yeah, light up's right.
Light up's right, okay. These are the qualifications we've been discussing for the city clerk and the city treasurer. Couple questions to the council and mayor and others. For the city clerk, should it be have 5 or 4 years of experience? And I ask in part Bob and Rolf, in your experience, where there are elected city clerks, is it 4 years?
Usually they're 5 or 10.
Usually 5, so 5 would be consistent with, hey, I've already done a term, 5 years, okay. Then that's,
Yes, where there are requirements, it's usually 5 or 10.
okay.
Why
Well-
those numbers, who knows?
But-
I'd support changing it to 4.
Huh?
I'd support changing it to 4 if you want to do that.
Then it's a normal term.
It's a term.
Yeah, okay, let's see.
Can I ask,
Not all cities have
Councilman, I got a quick comment on that. One thing that struck me as odd is 5 years' experience as a city clerk, that's the title that presumably the person is now running for office for. Shouldn't that be maybe
Oh, yeah.
in a city clerk's office or as a deputy city clerk? Or, I mean, it seems to me we're, again, back to more of a work experience mode here to try to qualify.
Yeah.
I can't, I mean, if somebody has already been a city clerk in another city in the state of California, my guess is they've met 1 or 3 through their process, so.
City clerk's
So,
office.
Working in a city, or staff capacity.
Well, yeah, so what would be the,
Or equivalency?
And should that be capitalized city clerk or deputy city clerk or lower?
Noun.
Like, I think
Position.
we can leave
It's
that
title.
up to-
Yeah,
It is a title,
go
so it's a proper
exactly as
noun.
we type it.
keep it,
It's right, yeah. Also above that, it says 5 years experience. You might want to put 5 years of experience. Yeah.
All the numbers, just FYI, all the numbers here need to be expressed as numbers and written out. So 4, for instance, needs to be written out and parentheses.
Maybe have
That's the way the city charter does it.
4 years of experience working in a city clerk's office in the state of California.
We discussed that.
that could be,
Yeah, but,
that may even be an internship.
yeah,
Right.
I agree.
Or working,
That's
well,
why.
Of an internship? Of an internship.
I mean, isn't that for the voter side if that's?
if that's all they've done, I mean,
It's the internship that never ends.
City clerk, deputy city
Eleanor,
clerk.
how do you feel about that?
or full-time, have 4 years of full-time experience working as
You don't think it's
in a
good?
city clerk's office.
Yeah. The problem is a lot of city clerk offices, they're all different.
Yeah.
So some of them don't have degrees, some have degrees. Then you have some that, have just gotten into the city clerk. And it's a lot of it's clerical.
Right.
So I'm very concerned. And a lot, especially in LA, None of them are doing elections. They give it to the county.
Okay.
That's true.
I find it strange. I mean, it seems very unlikely that someone will have been a city clerk in another city office in the state of California as a pre-qualifier for our city clerk position. That seems odd to me.
If I could,
odd.
It does.
every city has a city clerk. There are 486. And most of them, probably around 200, are assistants to the city manager.
Yep.
And they're given that title because they have to have one. So by creating that, and that's why we didn't want to go beyond the city clerk title itself, because at least if you are working and you are working as a city clerk, you have some experience with that. If there's a deputy to that, who might be the secretary of the secretary,
Right.
it creates some issues regarding that. There are only about 70, 80 electeds. I think somewhere in that. Most of the others are either appointed or it's a secondary job because they have to have somebody who signs stuff. So you need to deal with that. And that's one of the things we tried to deal with on the committee, because as we got into it more deeply, this is a wild group of requirements.
It's a wild group. And then your point, Mike, was what?
Well, my point is succession planning, right? I mean, you think about it, and I get it, there could be some ambiguities in title and assignments, and I mean, as I see a job requirement typically, right, you're trying to create some progressive work experience that would give you the ability to take the next step, right? So this is basically, you're seeking a lateral. I mean, and how often are we going to seek laterals? It could happen. I mean, I can think of our deputy was, you could transfer, you could move, and but that's pretty few and far between, I think, for
So
the
with
most
that
part.
in mind, what do you suggest here for our consideration?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was, and maybe you could even do more experience, but years of experience, years of full-time experience working in a city clerk's office is going to give you, I think, some development. Now, maybe they haven't done everything. Maybe they haven't done elections. Maybe they were more on the PRA side or something else, but it's at least giving you some qualifying experience in a work-related field. If the goal is to be more expansive in opening opportunities for the community, I think that would be a better change. If it's to get higher level of skill set, then maybe stay with the more restrictive standard. It just depends on what you're seeking here.
Right.
If I could add one other thing. In most counties, the county runs the elections. Los Angeles County is somewhat unique. I was a consultant to the Orange County registrar, and the registrar in Orange County conducts every local election. So it's the few, Los Angeles runs their own, San Francisco runs, but they're a county, so San Francisco is running their own. Oakland runs their own. And other than that, for the most part, the elections are run by the county. So therefore, that city clerk experience would help, but not create one of the primary responsibilities of the clerk, which is running elections.
Well,
We don't run elections here.
here's a curious point, though. Let's say you're the deputy in the county and you're really running the elections, but you're not the clerk. You wouldn't qualify under but you might have 25 years of experience working for the LA County Clerk's Office and have done elections for 25 years, but wouldn't be eligible to run in our city.
With the change in the way that elections are run by the companies that we used to use, for example, to run our own elections, they don't exist anymore. They've gotten out of the business. So our elections are run by the county. They're managed more locally, but that happens everywhere.
So wouldn't we want maybe somebody if they had been a deputy in the county for 20 years and they were a resident in the city of Redondo Beach?
Could be, having elections experience. Much of this, I'm sorry, we're going through, we're repeating a lot of what we talked about at the committee. But this all began because of the focus of the city clerk's job on accounting.
Yeah.
Remember, that was set up as a wall, right?
Yeah,
It was a moat.
and so it was created to keep other people from running. So over time, by city clerks, 4 or 5 city clerks ago.
All right, it's a good point. Wait, let me just jump in on 2, Mike and Bob and others. 4 years of experience as a city clerk or deputy city clerk in Eleanor, or in administering elections in the state of California.
I kind of disagree with that because the other 2 to qualify has nothing about elections. So in one, we're singling out all you have to have is elections experience. And the other 2, we're saying
This is
the
the only
exact
time we mention
opposite.
elections. Yeah.
If I could, pull up the magic slate and think about what a city clerk 10 years from now is going to be doing. City clerks are more and more involved in electronic data management than anything else. So that is, it's record keeping, it's keeping the city seal and all those kinds of things. Accounting is, we are the only city where accounting is a part of the city clerk's requirements. Now, you may want to keep it, you may not want to keep it. That's okay. Eleanor likes to keep it because she has that experience. That doesn't mean the next person who comes along is going to have that experience. The question you have to ask yourself is, how do you envision the city clerk's job 10, 20 years from now, because this city charter is not going to be changed again and again? Think about it from that perspective rather than what exists now. It's the same thing with the city treasurer. Part of the city treasurer issue is that the responsibilities that are in the charter are things he doesn't do anymore because it's been taken away from him. And so essentially he's violating the charter. And we want to fix that because that's the way the city wants it to be in the future, because the way financial management has happened in the city has changed. And we want to look to the future. It's not about these individuals. Think about what these positions should be like 10, 20 years from now, and how it has changed over time. That's really your question. That's what we try to deal with.
To your point, I agree with you. I see a massive amount of financial oversight that doesn't necessarily need to be there. And we're the only ones doing it. That should say something. And to your point with looking in the future from 10 years from now, everything's going digital. It is very true. It's very true. I mean, I'm the #1 pusher of getting everything digital, websites and everything else, online permitting, whatever else. A lot of the accounting aspect of what's going on, actually, it's a good question for the city manager. With the new accounting software that we're doing and moving, checks and permits and checks going out, will our accounting software account for dual invoicing and 2 invoices coming in and being paid?
Well, we have Munis still. I mean, we have some additional transparency platforms and things that are assisting on our ability to monitor expenses that would probably be germane here. I don't think there's necessarily an accounting function through our future version of Munis that would replace the sort of the review role that we have in our charter. I think one of the things that we're dealing with the clerk change in duties is, much like the treasurer, we're trying to make it appropriate to how the office functions in today's more contemporary world, as Bob points out, but not make it such a drastic change that all of a sudden the voters reject what we're trying to do. And that's why this is a bit of a step towards the future, not the whole way towards the future. Because you could make a full case, and I think Bob and Rolf and others did, that perhaps the role should be more record keeping and elections and not really dabble into the accounting world. But our city for a long time has had that accounting check and balance role, and we don't want to get rid of that. So this is a step to align the duties, modernize them, and then make them functional in today's environment.
In that same tone, right now, our city clerk is supposed to be doing the budget.
Well, right, and
right? And by
clean
fiat,
that up.
has been changed, and we're not following our own charter right now. So
You're expecting future fiats?
I do expect future fiats.
Yeah, I mean, there
quite
will be-
honestly,
yeah,
no one has actually done anything. I asked that very question years ago when I first got in office. I'm reading this in the charter, but I'm seeing something practically going on differently. And I was told a whole story about
Backstory.
something else.
Mhm.
And so I see that here. I mean, that is a perfect example of we should just be changing the city charter as per what the city charter committee has been talking about, and opening up the role so somebody can come in and run in that particular role, because the role is ever changing, and say, I'm going to fix this problem, X problem right here, this X marks the spot, fixing that problem. And essentially that was happening in the last city treasurer's race. He said, all right, doing investments, you can do it better, save the city money, right?
Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, this is a big step forward, but it's probably not all the way there 20 years, 30 years from now, right? We probably will have to change it again. But I think you got to
Okay.
ask yourself, as it
So-
pertains to qualifications.
We're gonna get this one more time before it goes on the ballot, right? Like,
Yes,
we make minor
December
tweaks?
3rd.
Okay, so
Minor
can we have a
tweaks.
vote, call for a vote?
Well, we haven't closed public comment yet. so-
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is there anybody here who has not yet commented? Ms. Campagna, would you like to comment on this?
Okay, I'm running the meeting,
Oh, yeah,
Jane.
that's right.
You appointed me, by the way. Anybody online?
No.
Okay, now. But I do want to get in one thing, and this will come back, but I feel from hearing this discussion, we've gone full circle. I mean, we're almost writing this specifically to be the accounting person for the city.
Yeah.
Well,
We're ignoring the
was-
big records keeping. There's nothing in here about records keeping or data management or anything
You're
else.
referring to the city clerk?
And now we're adding election administration, which is another
Yeah,
weird thing that Redondo does that other cities don't.
Clarify, we left in the accounting that was existing.
Okay, whatever, but this is all focused on accounting right now.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing about records keeping or records administration or anything like that. And now we're adding elections, which is another unicorn for Redondo, and we're not focusing on the basics.
my motion wasn't to have all of these and things. Now we're changing these things after the fact.
Substitute motion to have all of this as the qualifications, as well as all the duties that have already been redlined in.
Before we, I'm sorry, may I speak?
Yes.
So a few things real quick on the city clerk qualifications. The language under 1 is what it currently exists in the charter. Alternatively, we've added in a couple more to open up the office, if you will. So, and I think we had 4 years of experience as a city clerk in the state of California. So we've proposed, I guess I wrote it, experience as a city clerk or deputy city clerk or in administering elections. I think number 3, it remained unchanged. So with respect to number 2, I just put that out there for discussion. That's why I put it up on the board. I don't necessarily see the downside of opening the position up to someone with 4 years of experience as a deputy city clerk or in administering elections. But if the council feels strongly that no, take that out.
I like all of that except the administering elections,
Okay.
but that's up to the rest of the
Yeah.
council too. That's just me.
So you're saying, sorry. Mayor Light, you're saying that you would take that out as a qualifying.
Yeah, because it's an or.
Thank you.
So if all you had was experience running elections, you'd qualify. And there's a lot more to city clerk than running an election.
Sure. Then we've removed the scenario where someone is running elections in maybe the county, but has maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but the point of that, I mean, my whole point to start this was, to me, deputy or working in the office needs to be expanded. So you have people that are progressing towards this function as opposed to assuming we're going to have a lateral candidate. I just don't see lateral candidacy.
I agree, that's why I like
being
the
likely.
deputy.
So
city clerk.
I think deputy is a major change. You could take it even a step further and say, or experience in data management, record keeping. And I mean, in another city in the state of California, I mean, you could expand to cover the points that you're making, Mayor, and make this more inclusive.
So,
But that becomes, you know,
Kind of.
This is.
in a city in the state, it just depends on what you want here. I mean, and
But now you're getting longer,
Yeah,
which is
longer.
less appealing. So
that's the risk.
our goal was to make this more inclusive, 2 and 3 make it more inclusive than what was there,
Yeah,
right?
but administering elections is so specific.
Yeah,
Well, we'll come,
take it out.
we could just take it out right now. We could come back at the next meeting.
Take it out, take it out, take it out.
Take it out. All right. I will say there's something about administering elections which requires a certain amount of due diligence and integrity. And it seems like somebody who's been doing that for 4 years would be a good fit for the new duties that we've tacked on, which, you know, involve a lot of oversight and things like that. I'll take it out. I could leave it in and we could come back and talk to it. What does council want to do?
Delete it.
Delete it?
No,
Delete.
Yeah, delete that.
Delete it.
Sure.
Okay.
Councilman Obaje, can you move the mic towards you, please?
Um, What if they worked in the county clerk's office?
Registrar.
Oh, yeah.
County registrar.
Sure, county registrar's office.
Well, that's a.
Yeah.
That was just excluded them from this.
That was,
That's what he was saying.
that was the point. They may be our best candidate. You might have a resident of Redondo Beach who's a 30-year employee of the county registrar's office that would run for clerk.
Okay,
And
county clerk or registrar, right? Because some counties might call it a clerk, I think. Or is it all-
Registrar.
Registrar.
There is a city, there is a.
Well, let's just leave
Yes,
it in
but
for
I don't
now.
know
We
if
can come
it's-
back on that.
How about
Either
city or
high.
county clerk or registrar in the state of California?
it's county clerk's office, I think. There is a county registrar, recorder, county clerk.
It's an elected position.
Yeah.
The clerk does not do elections, the registrar does elections.
Right,
So you've got both.
so
there's a county.
city or county clerk or registrar would be my preference.
Well, if registrar means election, we just said the same thing.
I mean, their website has Los Angeles County Registrar /recorder / county clerk.
You just
And put county
A
clerk.
lot of different things.
And put county clerk.
Sometimes the same
As a county or city clerk,
We do
deputy,
birth certificates, just
Yep.
like everything.
as a county or city.
DMV clerk?
Doing business as
Deputy
DBA.
head of city,
No,
just
Department,
city.
no, DMV.
Oh, yeah,
Just
Department voting.
state.
They're clerking
There you
away.
go, just leave that. There you go.
Or 4
There we
years
go.
with the DMV.
Okay, so we
That's
have a
battle.
motion.
Wait, city clerk or registrar.
I disagree.
There we go.
Okay. County or city clerk, deputy clerk, or registrar in the state of California. All right, that's the office of city clerk. And then for the city treasurer, I made some changes. Before we close on it, I wanted to give everyone an opportunity at least to read it for the city treasurer. Or we could just vote on it.
Motion, substitute motion to approve these qualifications and all other duties that we've discussed.
Okay, so I'll send these
You
to.
have to make sure that it's 4 different ballot measures.
Correct.
4?
Yeah.
No, one and 2.
No, 4.
The
Qualifications.
Responsibility difference.
Duties, clerk, duties, treasurer, qualifications, clerk.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but I'll include that.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
I'm opposed.
You're opposed?
Opposed, why are you? Anything we do change
Because
that?
I don't want to have all of these. Well, it's coming back. I want to
Coming
think
back.
about it some more.
Okay,
It's coming back.
motion
Let's
passes.
come back.
It's 4-1, doesn't matter.
I understand that.
We'll look at it.
Now, that means it'll, oh, no, never mind.
Don't even go there.
Okay,
Cost us
P3.
71%.
P2.
P2.
63.
So before we
63.
get in, this is one, we don't have to put on this election. And we got 2 others.
Yeah, this is for adding a
Want to cover it?
position.
Is this really, this is pretty controversial. Is this something we
But
want to tackle
It's not that controversial.
tonight for this election?
Which one is it?
We haven't had a discussion on it, so can we just have
Okay.
a brief discussion on
Okay,
it? for goodness
go
sake?
ahead.
For which topic?
P2, the city attorney versus the
All right, so
elected city prosecutor.
I think I had requested this at our last meeting to have a follow-up discussion on it. So it seems to me, in my experience in 3+ years on council, that Our current city attorney is one of a kind in that he's mastered civil litigation, he's very adept at it, and he's also a criminal prosecutor. I don't see that experience being had by either of the candidates currently running, and I don't see that, I see it more of a unicorn possession for an attorney to have both of those skills. As much as the city is involved in a ton of litigation of every type, so it takes an adept, knowledgeable, seasoned civil litigator to manage all that litigation efficiently and work with all the legal teams that the city has. On the flip side, prosecution of crimes, even misdemeanors, especially when the district attorney wasn't prosecuting crimes, is extremely important to the residents of Redondo Beach. And they want a strong city prosecutor. And the residents want to elect their city attorney and want to elect their city prosecutor. At least that's what I've adduced. So my hope would be to, for the future in 2029, have on the ballot, or sorry, now have on the ballot whether in 2029 we will start to have two separate elected positions, one city prosecutor and one city attorney with distinct responsibilities. And I think Mike Webb included in our packet an example of the duties assigned to the city prosecutor in the city of Long Beach. I liked, that description. I think the position could emulate what we have for the city attorney, except with, copying Long Beach's model, but making it gender neutral. Also, where it says something about prosecuting all things that arise under the penal code, all claims that arise under the penal code. There are some claims, civil claims that arise under the penal code that are more suited for a civil litigator. So, any event, those are my thoughts on it.
Councilmember Narenheim.
I'd like to hear from what
The committee.
committee member Pinzer has to say, because I know you guys talked about this.
Talked about this a lot. There are two things. I would suggest we received this in the context of a concern regarding the now voted out district attorney, that prosecutions were being pushed to the local level to a much greater extent because of the policies of the existing city district attorney. That district attorney will be replaced. And we don't know what the new district attorney is going to do in this area and what kind of an impact it would have on not only the level of prosecution, but the perception of the prosecutions that are going on now. I would say this is something that, in fact, possibly could wait for 2 years to the next city general election, because it still wouldn't take effect until 2029 anyway, and find out whether, in fact, the demand on the prosecution side of the city attorney's office changes because of the change in district attorney. Now, the issue with looking at Long Beach, they are the only city in the state that does this. And unicorns exist often because of something that happened within the city. For example, there will be one fewer elected city attorney starting in January. The city of Compton voted it out. 56% of people voted out the elected city attorney in the city of Compton. They're now down to 8 in the state. I can understand why people would want to keep an elected city attorney as it's structured. Should a elected prosecutor occur, and if there's an intention to maybe change one to elected and one to appointed, which is something that I've heard, you're trying to draw to an inside straight on this one, because maybe it doesn't change. And maybe you have two infrastructures that at times, and it happened in Long Beach, where the two offices disagreed. And it became problematic as to where the council members were getting their opinions from. It is much more complicated than you think, and I believe that we should wait and see what happens with the new district attorney to see what kind of an impact it's going to have on us. It may not change. 2 years from now, and you can go and do it, and it'll be ready for 2029, when the offices change. So I think, I do think it would make sense to wait on this one.
And the remaining vote from the committee regarding the city, like the city attorney's position, when you guys had the item, whether or not it should be appointed or elected, was?
We voted to put it on the ballot, to change, to offer it as an appointed position. And there were two different votes because there were how we were going to present it to the council. When we voted it in, it was 6-1, if I remember. First time was 6-1, and the second time was 4-3, to recommend to the council to put it on the ballot.
To what?
To put it on the ballot, to find out whether you wanted to have an elected or an appointed city attorney. As for the prosecutor, we voted no, and we reported that, and I think you have that in my report, that we did vote to not do that, but obviously we leave that to you to make that decision. And part of the reason was I think our expectation was that there was going to be a change in the impetus for us doing this, which was the district attorney's office. Anyway. I think it was stated in the.
That's it, thank you.
That was you had the floor.
Yeah, for now, yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I wholeheartedly agree. Whatever we do, it needs to stay an elected position for the voters. I mean, this is one of the most important positions we have, and it's one where we need somebody who is not beholden to the council, but could come in with that independent judgment. And we had a long conversation about that at the last meeting, so I won't go through all of that again. You know, after speaking with the city attorney and giving it a lot of reflection, there's a lot going on in this office, as we know. There's the prosecution side, there's the civil side, there's the municipal side, there's everything we do in the back, there's the homeless issues, there's grant writing, and on and on. So I do agree that we should have two offices, and we have a BRR on that, which I appreciated. City prosecutor, city attorney. And now we have an opportunity, not tonight, to actually draft the language of that charter to get it right, to ensure to the best of our ability there's not a conflict between those two offices, that their roles are clearly delineated. And I look forward and excited about hopefully going through that process. City attorney himself is not here tonight. I know he not only is super knowledgeable on this issue since he's lived it, but likely has some things to say about it. And so I want to hear from him to the extent necessary on that. But my understanding is he is in favor of the Long Beach model. I don't speak for him, but that's my understanding as well. And I use that term loosely, the Long Beach model, but the bottom line is splitting up these offices, elected city prosecutor, elected city attorney. So I'm in favor of doing that and starting the work of drafting that language, hopefully, and getting it on the ballot for an election by the vote, review by the voters, and hopefully get that in place in time for the next election on that. So thank you, Mayor.
So I did not get a chance to look through the BRR. What was the fiscal impact of doing this?
That BRR was drafted. There's a lot of different iterations of the different divisions and models. You could create organizational structures that mirror what we have currently with prosecution and simply upgrade that position to an elected office that would have a higher level of compensation. That in that model, it's not a huge expense. If you staffed it with a comparable number of employees that we have on the civil side, it would create more costs. So ultimately, the council could control the spending. It would depend on how many resources are assigned to the various offices if they were split and independently elected.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Whether we decide to split it or not, I think we're asking for trouble to get this on the March election. I think it's a lot of work to do.
Okay.
And I do think it would be good to hear from Mr. Webb, since he's got 20+ years of experience. But I think we're rushing it, especially in 1 or 2 meetings.
Let's not rush this.
Yeah, I would agree. We've got, as Mr. Penzler said, we've got till 2027 to do this. And I think that's the right course, and most of the council, the majority of the council, depending on how the election goes, will be here by then.
So
Still be here then.
Are you asking to continue it or kill it for now and bring it back later?
I personally think we should wait on this and continue it into next year sometime.
I'll agree with that.
I just think I think you're rushing it to do this in a couple weeks.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else from the council? Councilmember Barrett.
We definitely shouldn't rush it. I don't want to delay it. We're kind of hot on the tail of this. I'd like to get going. We're going to be writing in this new office of city prosecutor. So I don't want to put it off until next year unless the city manager says we have absolutely no room to take care of it before then. So I would like to come back hopefully on December 3rd with the rest of the material. Hopefully we'll have our city attorney here and continue working on this. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's entertain, anybody want to make a motion?
Mayor,
Yeah?
hand up, please.
Okay.
All right. So I agree that it's probably too tight of a time frame to get it on the March 2025 election. With that said, I think we'd be at a loss of a lot of experience if we push this off to the next council, because we have 2 council members here who have served for 8 years, almost 8 years, and you certainly have a viewpoint here that's going to be different than 2 people at least who have never served a day on council and have never been in the closed session. So I would like to get your input ideally on this before you leave office. And
I'll tell you right now, I don't have a strong viewpoint on this. I'm persuadable.
I'll tell you, after looking at this, one of the reasons actually committee member Penzler didn't talk about was the only reason why, one of the biggest actually reasons why it actually came up forward was because it was making the city prosecutor an elected position and making the city attorney position an appointed position following the county model where the county does everything. And that is something that's very powerful. And I'd be interested to look at that. I would not be interested in having more elected positions in splitting up the roles, because it's hard enough to get, I've heard from my residents plenty about, Project Moonstone is a perfect example of getting, responses back on a myriad of different issues. And I just don't see that solving any problems. I see it causing more problems. I watched the committee on the Long Beach model, and it was unanimously agreed upon by the committee members that it was a mess. And I don't want to see any more of a mess than we already are in right now.
Okay. Well, I will say to Mr. Penzler's point, I don't think that the election of a new county district attorney makes a difference, because the county district attorney prosecutes or doesn't prosecute felonies. Our city attorney prosecutes misdemeanors both for Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach. And perhaps part of the reason residents might have felt in District 1 that they weren't getting adequate response from the city attorney's office is because the city attorney's office is so overloaded between all our civil litigation, prosecution, homelessness, etc. So, any event, what do we think, Mr. City Manager, as far as when we could discuss this again and perhaps work up with the city attorney or otherwise independently a possible amendment?
Well, you're going to have a fairly busy December. At the end of the day, most of the workload on drafting is going to fall to Mike. I mean, it's if you are interested in creating duties that would potentially establish if the voters supported this and the council called for the election, two independent structured positions, and that drafting is largely going to be his office's responsibility, I think, to support. So, you know, I don't want to speak for Mike's workload. We have a lot on the agenda. We have a lot to do. I think your points are well taken in terms of momentum, and you are going to lose Mike in March. So if you want his input on supporting the drafting, you should ask him to help you with that now, not later. I'm not sure he's going to want to volunteer his time when he's retired. But, you know, ultimately, the other dilemma that potentially presents itself, though, and Eleanor could speak to this, this council could work up the prospective ballot measure, but you won't be calling for the ballot.
Right.
You know, that's going to be a subsequent council's decision to call for the election. So you could do a lot of work and then have to re-educate a few new colleagues along the way. So, I mean, to Councilmember Lowenstein's point. So, but you got to start somewhere, and the person probably most knowledgeable in helping you do that, if this is the policy decision you want to make, is Mike. And you don't have Mike much beyond March.
I'll make a motion to.
Can I ask a question? When we call an election, it has to be within a certain time of that election, no earlier.
88 days.
Yeah, I don't believe you can hypothetically call for the election in 2027
November
right now. This council can't do that. Eleanor can answer better.
This-
but
Could this
88
council,
days prior.
how many?
I think it's between 88.
At least 88 days, but I don't know what the max
But like
is.
125 or something like that.
120 or 125
I'd
days.
have to
there's
look and see.
So for a November election, 125 days is what?
November, okay, so that would be sometime in August, beginning of August,
August of next year.
beginning of August. We would call for November election.
And
But I'd like to.
Well, you shoot for the
I'm talking
August,
about
you
for
shoot
the
for the November
charter.
26th, you probably shoot for the November 26th election.
for the charter amendment,
Right.
a vote on the charter amendment.
Because I believe because this affects positions, responsibilities, it's going to have to be on a general election.
I don't know, we don't have Mike Webb here. I don't know the answer. I think if you try to, we're not proposing to do it right now, change it from a elected to an appointed, definitely that has to be on the.
Correct.
What you're prospectively doing, though, is changing the currently elected's duties from being both civil and prosecutorial to just civil.
Okay.
So that's where I think you're going
That's
to
the
have to be
question.
on the, I
Possible.
suspect you'd have to be November of 26.
And then if we were to, can I get a little more borrowed time quickly? Come back on December 3rd, at least check in with Mike Webb at that point. We don't have to do a lot of heavy lifting at that time.
Well,
Is
you
there any
probably
reason-
just have the same agenda title.
same agenda
It's what you
title.
would have.
Okay, so motion to continue this discussion to a date in February,
No, December 3rd.
December 3rd? Okay.
I thought December's
busy.
Well, it is. I mean, you could.
We're coming back with the charter stuff. The other
It's,
charter items.
it's your call as to how much time and energy you want to spend on this. And at the end of the day, you're going to have to find a meeting night where you're effectively asking Mike to weigh in on helping you draft these duties. That could be the 3rd, that could be the 10th, that could be the 17th.
To draft up?
That's not going to be the 3rd where he's drafting. I'm saying the December 3rd check-in with Mike.
Check in and get his
Hey,
opinions
Mike,
on drafting.
welcome back.
What does Councilmember Kalajevic
Oh.
think? Because it takes three to tango here.
Maybe
Um,
4.
I think it's a good point that there's some institutional knowledge on the dais here with specifically Mike Webb and his experience on this. I think it would be good for him to weigh in and check in. You know, we only have a few months left with him. So I think I would support discussing this briefly, getting a check-in with Mike on December 3rd.
Second.
I'll just say to the motion, I'd be willing to vote for it in January. The other solution is we do have a fourth Tuesday in December. No. Just joking about that. If you know what day that is.
We do have a 4th Tuesday, but hopefully not immediately.
But I mean, putting this again on the agenda, I mean, quite honestly, it's like we have our city attorney who's out right now, and there's gonna be a lot on the plate, and I don't know how much of a substantive conversation we can have. I don't mind at all having a substantive conversation on this, but not in this way.
Yeah, guys. I mean, if we're not going to have it in the March election, why are we rushing it? And he's going to be here between now and March. I don't see the point of rushing it to December, have it in January or February. I don't have any problem with that, but I'm not going to vote for it.
So do you have a substitute motion or?
No,
you
I'll
just-
substitute motion to table this till January, the third week in January, third meeting in January.
I'll second that.
And I'll make a substitute motion to put it to,
Substitute to the substitute?
well, I mean, what,
That's
was
a motion
mine,
can do.
was mine the first motion, or was yours the first motion?
No, yours was the first.
First, okay, so the first motion was December 3rd, continuing this discussion, with direction to the city attorney that we would like to move forward with this, if we could prepare a draft charter amendment. And your substitute is to push this to January 30th, right?
No, third
Third meeting in January.
Third meeting in
Third
January.
which is the
meeting.
21st.
And my motion got seconded by you?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, so
Substitute
So the
is on.
no, the substitute motion is on the floor.
Yeah.
We already-
Okay,
this is gonna
before
go.
we vote, any members of the public wish to address this item? Bob, you've already
I just
spoken.
want to offer
I
that
asked him for his opinion.
if we have a bunch of expertise on this. If you wish, we can help Mike with this.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Yeah, I have Nancy Skiba.
Can I say something?
Let's wait till Nancy goes and then you got the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just want to quickly say that I believe that these attorney positions should be appointed as opposed to elected. We need them to be accountable and answerable to the council and to the mayor, and have them be more available in that sense, rather than being more like free agents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji, you're the,
I'll
anybody else? Well, let Councilmember
Okay.
Obaji go, then we'll open it back up.
But is there
Okay. So there's no one else, but we do have a e-comment for P2 opposed. And then I wanted just to reiterate that P1 had one e-comment.
Okay.
That was neutral. That's it.
I'll just say, one thing that I didn't see addressed in the Long Beach draft is what will happen when there's a conflict between the city prosecutor and the city attorney as to how will that be resolved, who will resolve it. And so I'd want to make sure that any charter amendment we have includes a resolution for that, even if it means coming to council or the city manager's call, what have you, so.
We'll elect a third city attorney to adjudicate the other two.
There you go.
Have their own city attorney.
Arbitrator.
So before I call it, I just want to interject. I think my personal opinion at this point, and I'm swayable, is this is ludicrous to talk about a second and yet another elected position in the attorney's office. First, we don't have that big a pool. Second, we're comparing it to the only city in the whole state that has that. And that city is about 450,000 people. And we're riding on the edge of 70. Sometimes we went below it, sometimes above. 70,000 compared to 450,000. And we've lived without an elected prosecutor forever. Jerry Goddard was a school teacher, I think, before he was the city attorney. And now all of a sudden we're saying it's so specialized. We need two with two different inclinations. It's no longer being a manager. It's being the specific, we're creating stovepipes. And any bureaucracy has a tendency to build on itself. So to think that we're going to share, the administrative report between the two offices without it growing in the future, I think is just ludicrous. I think it's, from a fiduciary perspective, I think it's reckless to introduce this added bureaucracy to our small city and make us the second city in all of California to do this.
Especially in 2 weeks.
Well, 2 weeks is off the table right now.
No, it is.
But in 2 weeks, yeah, I agree. So with that, I'll call the vote. The substitute motion for bringing it back the third week in January for discussion is on the table. All for?
Aye. I'm sorry, no.
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 It's late.
Okay, so the original motion,
Aye. No.
No.
Aye.
veto.
Come on.
No, I'm serious about that.
We're coming back for a check-in with the city
Veto.
attorney.
It's a huge deal, but I think the city attorney.
We can come back, we can make a motion for this.
You guys can make a motion.
December 3rd.
counters my veto.
Motion to override the veto.
Well, okay, I'm just processing this, but, okay, yeah, motion, go ahead, motion override the veto, or would we do something different?
Second.
Second, I'm just wondering if we
Okay.
could change
No,
something
I
to get,
We have discussed this item.
You have to
Mayor
vote on it.
Light, before you were, oh, we need to vote on it, right?
Yeah,
So this is to override it?
yeah.
This is to
Well,
override the
hold on,
veto.
a discussion. We have discussed this item many times before you're even the mayor of the city. And so,
No.
yeah, we had talked about this back with the prior council,
Well, let's keep the
when the prior
core.
council was on. But in any event, I don't get why you wouldn't let us have a discussion with the city attorney actually here.
Because I think our agenda is full.
Agenda is full, that's why.
Because, I think we need to have more time before that meeting to flesh some of this out, because he's out and we has Thanksgiving to think about it. I don't want to add to that burden. So that's my thought behind this.
how about a new motion and let's, okay. So new motion would be come back on the 3rd, but no vote on whether to do this change, just to check in with the city attorney, concise and in and out on the 3rd. No vote on actually making the
May I
change
ask a
to,
quick
excuse me,
question?
no vote to
May I
actually
ask a
change.
question? What is the urgency to bring this in
if
December
I
versus?
He has the
could
floor.
Finish my
Ask it after.
words out of my mouth. So that's it, just December 3rd check-in, or in the alternative, I'd be willing, we could do December 10th, give us another week.
Well, which is it?
What would you prefer?
Neither.
All right, let December 10th, quick check-in with the city attorney, in and out.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Pinsler?
It can't take effect until 2029 anyway.
That's the point.
So you have plenty of time.
If we want a substantive conversation, let's have a substantive conversation. I agree with that. Councilmember Baji, I agree with you on that one. There's no reason to push and ram this through for, I don't know what reason. My answer, my vote's gonna be no. I'm sorry, but let's just talk about this in January.
We have other
Well,
big things.
let's get back to
How
decorum.
about, it sounds like we're just talking about timeline here.
That's all we're
One's
talking
on-
about.
So,
Third
so
meeting in
let's
January.
meet in the middle.
Third meeting in January.
Meet in the middle.
May I speak? Because yes.
Give the floor.
I understand you guys want to discuss it. That's fine. It's cool. But we have a lot on our plate in December. What's the urgency, as Bob just said, not taking effect till 2029 if it passes in 2027? We've agreed it's not going to happen before 2025, right? So, and all of us will be here. You're going to get our opinion, you're going to get Mr. Webb's opinion, hopefully, and you'll have everything you want. But let's force it in 2 weeks. It's not like we're going to have amnesia and forget that we're going to discuss this. We're going to.
Kind of know his position.
We know. Well, we're not going to forget that we're going to discuss this. We've all agreed that we're going to discuss it. But my concern is to the effect of all the other things, a lot of things on December 3rd, right?
Well, yeah, December 3rd, you've got to get through the finalization of the things you just discussed, plus potentially the next item. And you got to call for that formal ballot measure. There's a lot to do to finalize that work, plus some other items that we have scheduled for the 3rd. So, but again, this is your night. How long you guys want to stay here on the 3rd versus
December 10th.
or the 10th?
Yes, the 10th is what I've proposed, and second by Zane for a motion.
Would you mind saying what the urgency is?
I mean, I don't want to be redundant. We got a motion on the floor. Let's just do it.
Okay, so then you don't answer my question.
Councilmember Kalajevic, do
It
you
has
have
to be the 3rd.
I was going to make a substitute motion, something in the middle. December 17th, have a discussion.
Second, unless the city manager says there's a problem with that.
17th is no different than any of the dates that have been suggested thus far.
What do you think, the 3rd week in January is better? Or are you saying they're all equally bad?
I think that,
busy
I
all the
think,
time.
I think the 17th or the 3rd Tuesday in January are going to have comparable impacts.
How's December 10th look compared to the 17th?
10th is usually pretty loaded with closed. We're also going to be talking FP.
Okay.
We're going to get the final results from the election.
Stick to
about
the 17th.
January 7th. I'm just,
That's probably of the 3 dates, that's probably the better of the 3. That works?
okay, so my substitute motion is January 7th for a discussion with their city attorney.
Okay, I'll
on the
second that. I think that's a good compromise.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Assuming Mike
public
Webb's not
input?
on vacation.
Anybody online?
He's got me here for 2 weeks.
Okay, all for? Anybody
Just to bring it
opposed?
back on that date.
Yeah.
Okay. Aye.
Okay,
Okay, well, agreed. Thank you.
We got more to do.
I know, 2 more.
I gotta run, I'll be back, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Especially if you guys take as long as you have it.
All right, so we're moving on to,
Complicating things.
moving on to P3. Let's see, this is the charter amendment pertaining to the city's publishing process. Mr. Pinsler, you are the star of the show.
No, I'm not. But by the way, the fact that you've gone beyond December 3rd, it doesn't matter if you do it in 2027, because it's not going to get on the ballot. So
I can't be on a ballot anyways. Let's move
We
on.
are all
Wrong
under
subject.
the same
Anyway.
assumption, we got it.
the issue with publishing is, again, one of these future issues. The way that the charter is written, it has to be in a physical publication that is based in the city. And as we've seen in the news business, that is going away. So the question is, how can you create a publishing opportunity without it having to be in a specific publication like as we have now? We are lucky we have 2 newspapers that are possibilities. Actually, 3 if you want to count the Los Angeles Times. The cost of going into the Los Angeles Times is much, much greater than it would be if it was in Beach Reporter or the Easy Reader. So the question is financial in some ways, but it's also this industry in the context of a charter may change. How can we create a publishing opportunity? For a bid, for example, most of the people who respond to bids respond to specific websites where these bids are posted. That's the way people respond now. It's not that they look at the Easy Reader or in our case, or the Beach Reporter in the case of Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach, and they suddenly know that there's a bid out there. It's done in a different way. It's not unlike the question we had about the city clerk, which is the job has changed, the business has changed. So the question we were dealing with was, how do we enable the change as it's happening? We could keep the local newspaper, but they may go out of business. It wouldn't be surprising if 5, 10 years from now, neither of those newspapers exist. Most cities in California don't have this. If they have to go, if you're in a city close to San Jose, you've got to buy the San Jose Mercury News or the San Francisco Chronicle or some other much more expensive newspaper. That's what we're trying to avoid. And we're also trying to deal with the way people actually respond to things. So is there another means by which you can write the charter so it is generic enough so that when that business changes, we don't have to go back and do another charter change? That's what we were dealing with. So did we come up with a solution? No, and that is the problem. And that is the problem that we had with it, is how do we state that? And we could very well just eliminate the words that deal with a specifically print publication. There are about, I think, 6 or 7 places in the charter where the word publish exists. And if you define publish as a means by which a large proportion of the population that it's aimed at can receive this information, that may change the way you write it, what the things you have to do. We're not trying to get out of the newspapers we have now. We were trying to deal with what happens if those newspapers go away. So that was the discussion. It's again, one of those, you got to look into the future rather than see what happens in the past.
So do we have any draft language on this?
No, but you verbalized.
Yeah, we
Generally,
talked
just
about it.
defining publish
Yeah,
would
defining
solve
publish.
a lot of problems.
Wait, We don't have anything from the Charter Review Advisory Committee on this?
Well,
There is
all
a
we said was to, I believe what we said was to remove those things that are specific to print publication.
This came to you, to the Charter Review Advisory?
Yes.
Oh, we discussed this. We discussed this.
You discussed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you,
You're like one
do
of
you
our
actually,
meetings.
did you guys actually put pen to paper so that now here on the council, we could look at it and say,
That's, in the report that
because
was.
right now, we're just kind of getting, hey, we got a
Report that was written.
problem. We talked about a problem. Now you're talking to us about a problem. You know, it's past 9 at night and it's like, go figure it out. So
No,
that's not a knock on you on the Charter Review Commission that, you know, we're kind of hoping for a little bit more. So that's all I have for that.
We recommended the removal of those specifics that
Yeah.
state print media.
And replace with what?
To replace anything that applied has to be in print.
And replace it with what?
It was basically the definition of
Okay.
what publishing is. And publishing.
So we should do publishing by ordinance?
Published by any means possible.
I'm just asking what you're.
Yeah.
Because I still see, I totally agree with you. You know, I've been federal contracts, state contracts, you always go to the online databases. You don't look for
That's
the
exactly right.
local newspapers or stuff like that. That's archaic. But, you know, things like what's coming up for review in the city council from a
public hearing.
CEQA perspective, yeah, public hearing announcements, that kind of stuff. You know, to me, makes sense because not everybody gets on the internet and looks at the.
But if there is no publication, what do you do?
I agree.
That's the question we're trying to
Could be
deal
an
with.
issue, yeah. Okay,
And it was.
so this isn't fully cooked yet.
It was to genericize publish.
Fully
City-
cooked. I mean,
Okay,
this
I'll go
thing,
through the council
the
now.
ingredients weren't even put to, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Narenheim.
So when we discussed this last time, I thought we gave direction to okay this and have this and give verbiage back. We agreed when we talked about this last time.
Right, and the city attorney was going to create that. And so that's where,
Oh.
so I put it on not knowing, you know, when the city.
Cheryl, are you
Attorney.
aware whether that's happened or not? Okay. So we're kind of,
Okay, so we can forego that. I fully agree with this, and I fully agree with,
Right.
when we did this essentially measure DD, by the way, right? Our change we just did. Thank you, 63% of the voters, made our lives easier and cheaper and faster. So I fully agree with this. I think I'll just make a motion to continue this to the next meeting with the city attorney's input and statement for changing the verbiage.
When are we coming back with the city attorney, January 7th? All
And
right,
it won't get
December
on this
3rd.
election, so
we're doing the city, we're waiting for the city attorney for language?
He's got the
All right, let's move.
language.
Well, it's your motion, go. I was, let's
can
do
put
it
this-
January 7th, the same day.
No, because we can put this on the March election. If he has the language ready to go, we can, you know,
Oh.
it's a charter change for us, and that's why it's here. So we can put it on the election on December 3rd to change the word publish, right? And if the city attorney has the language ready to go, let's use that. We've discussed it before. They've talked it ad nauseum.
can we do that on a contingency basis, saying if the city attorney has the language ready?
Yeah, we- we
Discuss
can-
it at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can bring it, December 3rd is it, so
If-
you can bring
if-
whatever you want.
amendment then, bring
I
it
have to
back
bring it-
December 3rd. If he doesn't have it ready, then it gets put on January 7th when we're discussing city attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the
And I'll
risk?
second that.
What's the risk of missing this election on it?
Yeah, nothing. I think
I
to
mean,
Bob's point, the risk is that we lose
Right, right.
the
I
daily
fully
brief.
I
Yeah,
get that.
That's the risk.
Easy
Is that going to
reader,
happen in
easy
2
worded.
years? Probably not. But it could
Never
eventually
know.
happen.
Rolf, something quick?
Just a quick summary, is that this was brought to us by the city clerk.
Originally.
And it was predicated around really one big publishing cost, not an ongoing small one. So just keep that in mind. And then we talked about with this, you know, how does the state interact with this? What we really need is a change in the state law, but we still could change ours. We looked at, was it City of Arcadia that?
Yes, City of Arcadia took it to the voters.
You know, like computer access to be able to publish, very experimental. So
That's what
there's
we
no
want to be.
real urgency to this. And the other thing that you need to consider is that it affects multiple areas of the city charter. This would be a
No, I know, it
big
ripples
chunk
through,
of
yeah.
language. So just those big thoughts.
So what your motion again is if the city manager has something
City
drafted, to bring it up on the 3rd.
City attorney,
If not, then the
city attorney, if the city attorney.
He's like, I'm not doing it. It's the city attorney.
And was there a second?
I seconded his motion. He added my friendly amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anybody from the public wish to address this item? Come on down.
Not illegal, because, come on. Change publish to post and put them on the website. But can't you, and then it costs nothing.
But
You're
that may
going to
not
save
meet
lots of
state
money.
law.
It may not meet state law.
That may not meet state requirements.
I hope it does, because that makes the most sense. Change publish to post, and then start posting it on the website. Everybody has access to a computer. If they don't, they can go to the library, they can look at, but if everyone knows it's going there, that's where they look.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
If you were on this side, you'd see that most people don't look at the city website
Nope.
for stuff.
I'm trying to be on that side.
They were like, post to social media.
Yeah, yeah, we'll post it to social media and everybody will know.
Yeah. Next door.
Austin Carmichael, District 5, Public Safety Commissioner, Mayor Light, team. You. I do believe that it will comport with state law, and here's my rationale. As an employer, you have to have right to work posters posted at your location. With everyone working remotely, that can't happen because folks aren't going into brick and mortar organizations. So they've given us language to where we post it on our intranets, on our websites, where employees can access it. If we follow that same model, problem solved. Not that deep. We don't have to have new language. The state has already figured out a way to circumvent something so, right to work posters. I do believe we can translate that and we can have one. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you. I'm sorry, city manager. But I'm supposed to be just talking to you all. But I do think there is a simple fix that's not going to require a huge amount of lift and a huge amount of language because it's been mitigated in different ways already. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Clarifying question? Clarifying question? I see.
No, I have a comment. Though.
Oh, good.
I mean, and I'll let it while you're up so you can respond to it if you choose. But just because it's in one place doesn't mean it's in every place. CEQA specifies how you have to publish. The Brown Act says how you have to publish. We have to put stuff on bulletin boards and have hard copies available. So just because they fix it in one space doesn't mean we can assume we're safe in all the others.
100% agree, and that's why I use the word translate. There is something that's on the books, and we can translate that into. So I agree, and that's why I was very careful on my word choice. So appreciate your feedback.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online?
And no e-comments.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes. With 2
Unanimously.
absent.
Unanimously. Unanimously.
Unanimous, yeah.
All right.
The if-then motion.
Okay.
Next.
Okay, one more.
The if-then motion.
So what are we
if-then.
on now? We're on
Residency.
residency. Yet another charter change.
This one's a tough one.
If you're leaving, we don't have a quorum.
Yes, exactly.
Do we need a break? Do you have to go to?
Well, I need to stand up. On a motion for a 5-minute break.
Wait, you can go.
Todd's
Got
coming
my
back.
Lindsay's
Tag,
back.
you're out.
Perfect.
Okay. Tag, you can.
Tag.
Go ahead.
Tag.
Okay, P4.
Okay, it's about residency. I don't
This
have-
one, I
Come
hope is
the
easy.
other item
one
comes
I don't-
back with
Huh?
I hope this one's easy.
charter
It's-
changes on December 7th.
We're,
I don't even know what to tell you because this, again, this is coming from the city attorney. He's the one
Unless he
that
doesn't have to change them January 7th.
dealt with this one. And then, I don't know if Bob wants to come up.
Report, I think is pretty clear. But one of the big issues is that the mayor doesn't have to remain a resident of the city after the election.
Now moving to Okinawa.
And that seems to be out of sync with everything else that's in the charter. So dealing with that, again, this is one of those things where,
It's not just the mayor, right?
no, it's the mayor.
No, and just align it with the city council is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I thought,
Well,
No,
it's
it's
the
only the
mayor,
mayor.
city clerk.
city
Treasurer.
clerk, city attorney,
Well, they
and
have to,
treasurer.
they have to remain,
They have a residency
they have a
requirement.
residency
have
requirement.
different
It's only the
requirements.
mayor, I believe.
Okay, then I misread your,
Yeah, I think
I
that's what
misread what you guys
I read
said.
that, I read that too, what you said.
Yeah, it's kind of odd, and we happened on it, frankly. In reading it, we wondered why it was there, not there, when
Not there,
everything is
yeah.
everywhere else.
Probably assumed they're part of the council.
Yeah, and it's, again, because it's not part, you're not really part of the council.
Right.
So it had to be specified. So that's one of those, that's one
So I think-
major issue that's
I hope the
associated with
intent of the
residents.
council is that we make it match the rest of the council. It's
Yeah.
ludicrous to have your mayor move away.
Yeah,
And,
it's just weird.
but I guess we're relying on the city, we left it with the city attorney to draft that? Is that where we're at?
Yeah. And
I think you probably want to do another if-then motion.
Yeah.
Cheryl, has he, I mean, this should have been a pretty easy one. Do you know if he worked on this? I know this was an
I'm sorry.
emergency,
I-
so.
yeah, I don't.
Don't apologize.
Yeah.
It's fine.
The request from the council was that the charter committee not draft further language when this one had come about. We had initially done that.
Yeah, I think because they got tired of the long-winded response. I'm kidding.
The good news is.
I'm kidding.
we're
I
not-
don't
We're
know
not
the real.
dealing with the definition of residency here. It is only that one odd thing that we came across that.
Yeah, well, defining residency versus putting
Don't
it
wanna
in
talk
for the
about that.
city mayor,
We
for the
discussed
mayor
length,
is
we discussed
two
all that
separate
stuff.
things, yeah.
This one is simply to align. that
Yeah.
The mayor should remain a resident.
Yeah,
as
which
all
should
the
be a
others.
no-brainer.
That's it.
Nor could we discover why it happened.
So can we get
Probably an
an
oversight. So
if-then motion?
I'll make a motion, same as I did last time, to have this come back with the city attorney's changes to the charter for the
If he
December.
has them.
If he has, for the December 3rd meeting, if he has them. And if not, it'll come back on the January 7th meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? Nils, you had your hand up, but.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say with that, yeah. Is there anyone in public? Yeah.
Any other discussion by the council? Any member of the public wish to address this? Anybody online?
I have none, or e-comments.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Number 5, this is Councilmember Kalajevich's and Councilmember Obaji's referral to staff, I believe, correct?
I will take this one. So Councilman Obaji and I had a meeting to discuss some of the challenges we had seen with commissions. Okay. So we can kind of itemize some general goals to increase attendance, hold the commissioners accountable, and provide meaningful work for them. So one of the issues that we've all expressed is we don't get complete information when it comes to absences, whether they're excused or otherwise, whether there's a lack of quorum, which commissioners may have caused that lack of quorum. That's information that we do not get. We discussed that the commissions are an extension of the council, an advisory body to us, to help us have these deep dives into all kinds of topics, like the Charter Review Committee. All of our commissions do a lot of work, and we want them to feel like they're valued, and vice versa, that, people who are on the committees or commissions, are showing up and participating in the way that they expressed when they were appointed. So some of the things we discussed, let's see. I'll just jump to, it's late. We'll just jump to some proposed changes that we had made. I don't know if I can email parts of this because it's going to be better. I don't have my special. Can I email this to you, Eleanor?
Let's see.
Or
You want it
can I
on,
email it to Scott and we can put it up?
might be easier, because I'm doing other,
$100 to see the screen.
Okay.
Then you can say light up 3A.
Labor in there?
because I'm managing like.
Light it up.
Lecture for the screen.
All right, I'm going to email
Let me, if
Well,
you
while
can
you're doing
pull
that,
that, what's the expectation
You can
tonight?
pull up on your screen. She can light up your actual
have to-
screen.
She doesn't have the connectivity.
I
No, no,
don't have a
you can-
USB on my.
Well, you
I
should
just
be able to
emailed
pull it
him.
up on your actual email there.
What did you pay for it?
I log in, but I have to log into my,
Yeah,
see, I don't
no,
have a
you have to log into
USB
your
or
desktop.
thing on mine.
I've tried to do that here. It's-
Oh, we'll have to-
But what's the intent, what's the anticipated action tonight? We're not going to approve the final.
This is just general direction on what would be an update to our commission protocols, policies, and procedures, right? We have a.
So this will, this is to
This will
come
have to
back
be,
with.
this will have to
specific-
come back with more substantive
Okay.
action.
Yes, thank you.
Are you in agreement with that, Councilmember?
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
We're not going to approve anything tonight. It's to come back with recommendations that we can.
It's to give
General
direction.
direction and then,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
I mean, the intention was that we get to discuss what we had talked about as proposed solutions to some of the challenges that we saw. So Eleanor, if you could light up, what am I, 2A?
2A, whoops. There you go.
Okay, great. So there's a few things with proposed changes for attendance. We talked about what would constitute kind of consummate absence in the commission that would necessitate someone being removed from the commission. So requiring, let's see, 3 absences from regularly scheduled commission meetings within 12-month period, subject to compliance with state and federal law. Obviously, Zane put that in there. So if a commissioner is absent 3 times in 12 months from regularly scheduled commission meetings, the commissioner shall automatically be deemed to have vacated the seat, and the clerk shall notify the council of the vacancy of the seat. Does anyone have any, I mean, we can have a discussion on all of these, but I think it's probably easier to just do one
Yeah,
by
so
one.
break up. I'll tell you, I like this better than the missed 2 meetings in a row. But I do think there should be some discretion, because there could be extenuating circumstances
Yes,
that we may want to still keep somebody on just,
there he is.
and right now, this doesn't allow us to do that.
Right.
It does in that they could petition or request an appeal to the council to excuse their their 3 absences and reinstate them. But, I mean, obviously, this is our initial idea. You have some other better way to do it. You can marinate on it and.
And so the way we thought about it was if they had missed those 3 absences within a 12-month period, it could be deemed vacant, but they could appeal to us, but it's on them to actually take the
Yeah, I agree with
action
that. I
to do
just think we
that.
need to state it.
Yes.
Right now,
I
it
thought it
doesn't
was.
state
It is stated in there somewhere.
Where is it?
Well, this isn't my doc, right?
No,
No, just says it'll be vacant.
hold on.
Go back to the Google doc.
I'll find it. Hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
This is done by ordinance, correct?
No, resolution, right?
No, ordinance.
Well, that's a good question. Where would,
We can codify it in a number of ways. I think we have the meeting rules right now that we've got somewhat drafted that need to be updated. We could
right
do.
now, there's an ordinance on attendance, right?
There isn't, that part of it
We
will
would
need
have
to
to
be
modify that.
amended, but we may want to establish the new protocols in a resolution or some other document. The fact that we've got it and tried in ordinances
We could delete the ordinance and just put it all in a.
could just do a resolution of
Okay.
Okay.
commission
back
requirements.
2A.
I mean, amending it just takes an
There we
extra
go.
3 days.
Okay.
You could, I mean, you can try it either way. Just gives you more flexibility in the future if you want to change it.
Oh,
That's-
sorry, the petition
Yeah, I don't
language
want
is
that.
up above.
That's-
Oh, it's up
Shouldn't
here.
be done.
Goes to increase,
You want to keep
All
it,
right.
yeah.
maybe copy and paste that. I'll copy and paste that down below.
Okay, now you're working on my.
Commissioner, vacated the seat. Okay.
Okay. So that would be the resolution that they could petition to reinstate.
and there's a form, I petition, or just the language is in the ordinance or whatever, I petition the city council to reinstate my commission seat, and then they'll have an opportunity to come. So we have it as, right now tentatively, as like a consent item, and then a council member can.
Technically, I don't think we could do it this way. Unless the, what do you call it, the consent calendar item says deny appeal of the,
Hold on.
because you vote to approve the whole consent calendar or you don't.
But hold on for a second. You're saying right here that the commissioner is automatically, sees automatically deemed vacant, the commissioner is automatically gone.
Unless they appeal.
Right.
So what happens in the situation where the report isn't given and they're gone for 4 meetings and all of a sudden they come back to the 5th? Are they still there and no one catches it?
I mean, technically it should have been vacated, but we're talking about attendance,
We
right?
haven't gotten a report in a while.
We have,
Going back to
fixing-
the
So
duties.
let me interrupt. Mike, do you want to go where we're at with that attendance report?
Yeah, it's
Just about ready to
it's
go.
prepared. I think we've already launched it internally. We've had 4 meetings where we've collected the data. I think we're still doing a little troubleshooting, but the idea is that there will be real-time information available to all of you as the meeting's present. It'll be entered by the liaison as opposed to being reliant on the meeting minutes and then a follow-up report. So you'll have more real-time data. But I see this as being absent 3 times in a 12-month period, whether it was 3 in a row or 4 and you came back. Theoretically, if you're gone 3 times in a year, you're gone as soon as we figure out that you've done that, unless you would petition.
And just to complete that thought, though, I mean, I appreciate, I've been working with Luke, and he came up with a solution that will tell you whether a meeting was canceled, whether it was canceled due to quorum, and who caused the quorum problem, and it documents absences, and it allows us to still approve absences on the consent calendar. So it would be pending approval for an excused absence and then approved. So we'll have all those things. If you missed a meeting because somebody else caused the cancellation, you don't get penalized. And we'll know who caused the quorum issue.
Right.
I also just wonder, why is it so difficult for us as a city to keep attendance of a 7-person commission? Because in school, I remember the teacher would be like, Jason, present. Amanda, present. Okay, that's Mark, check, check, check. Somebody doesn't get a check next to their name, they were absent.
Well,
That's changing.
part of it is once a month, and your business, I mean, I had to miss, I think I missed 2 or 3 Harbor Commission meetings, but I had to travel for business. Yeah, that was over an 8-year period, but, you know, some people's businesses have last-minute
Anyhow.
requirements.
These are thoughts, right?
Yeah. This is what I think we have to be able to look at extenuating circumstances.
So,
But I generally agree that, you know, we need to define when, right now it's 2, and that's too little.
Yes.
Because there's a whole bunch of good
Well, and this-
commissioners that should be out right now by that
And this
rule
gives the opportunity to the commissioners
to appeal.
to petition and appeal, but it also puts the onus on them, which I think is important.
I totally agree with that. The consent calendar, unless the consent calendar says deny the appeal, because we blanket approve.
Right.
So if they appeal and we blanket approve, we've approved their appeal.
So noted. Noted.
What about, there's a lot of what abouts here. Missing, so there's excused, there's unexcused. Are we wiping out the whole excused versus unexcused action?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, that's like a discretionary call, going back to our cannabis thoughts. Like, we want a plain black and white determination whether the person's sitting in that seat or not, subject to complying with the rest of law, right? So nobody has to make a judgment call as to whether it's excused or not excused. And so maybe you want to bump up the number to 4 absences in a year, but
But
some
then
number.
yeah, I mean, that's a lot as a
That's a lot.
percentage. And we're asking for one meeting a month generally. And again, they can petition. And there may be extenuating circumstances that really validate those absences.
When I think you need the stick that says you should apply, you should let them know and ask for an excused absence as soon as you know about it so that they're not stuck with a quorum thing the last night. right?
Mhm.
So I do think there's value in having an excused requesting an excused absence still, even with a three rule, because otherwise everybody could just blow off one
And
night.
think
And
that they don't need
Yeah.
to notice everyone.
If, maybe, if advance, 24 hours advance notice is given of each absence, then
It's automatically
one will get knocked off.
No.
All right.
Buy four, get one free.
Put it in,
The way I see this then would be, if
put it through the cannabis
if it
ordinance.
is an excused absence and there were 3 excused absences and they came to petition, it's a different conversation than unexcused absences
just
and
indicate.
asking to
Yeah.
keep the seat.
Yep.
Right, that's true. They can make that argument.
Right.
All right, and then we previously had thought, oh, maybe commissioners would come speak to us, et cetera, on what they've done at their commissions, but instead, we've included that they'll provide written reports anytime and every time they want to. They can, and we wanted to add this in, we got to talk about it, but we didn't get to add it in yet, but it was that they will choose somebody who will write the report at the end of their meeting or at the end of the item. They'll decide who's going to write up the report on it or the recommendation of the committee. The next month, they'll review it, decide on it, and decide to send it to council, and then it'll end up on our consent calendar as receive and file. And that way, a council member then on referrals to staff could decide to take the recommendation and say, hey, I want to agendize this per the city council, city commission's
So it,
recommendation or
I
such.
think I heard, in this is written that it's mandatory. I
Yeah.
thought I heard in your discussion that it's
Yeah,
optional.
so this was,
correct?
we've kind of,
You're modifying it.
we're wordsmithing this. Well, it's evolving.
Yeah.
Again, this has been a discussion that Zane and I have had, but opening it up to everyone, that there is a lack of connection between the commissions and the council, and where we need to, we have, as council, we have a purview over a much greater amount of responsibility when it comes to our staff, timing, our budget. So we want to make sure that if there are things that commissions are doing that may be outside of, let's say, our strategic plan or some focus that we've already assigned to the commission, but they really think it's important, they should have a way to, communicate with us that we could, evaluate that and see if it's within our means
Yeah.
at that time.
And
But it does have to come from council to do that.
I also wanted to clarify that the report from the commission should have been voted on by the commissioners,
I mean-
a majority of them passing it.
Okay, so, but they can do this already.
They can
They
do
should
this
be doing
already.
this. They can do it
But-
already.
But
They should be.
But there's no.
So what you're talking about here are rules and guidelines for the commissions, and that's going in a separate document. This shouldn't be in a resolution or much less an ordinance. I agree with what you're saying. This shouldn't be in a resolution or an ordinance.
A resolution.
No, it should just be a guiding document.
Something that future
Staff document.
commissioners can refer to and say,
Yeah.
hey, these are the rules concerning, or rules.
A commissioner handbook.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Clarifying how to,
Yes.
yeah.
How
Yeah,
to most
commissioner handbook.
effectively convey their
Yes.
recommendations in
Commissioner
case they
handbook.
feel like, oh, staff's not passing it on. At least it gets to us whether it's a good idea or a bad idea.
Commissioner handbook, yeah.
I think
agree.
I don't know about you, Scott, but I think I'm the only one who was on a commission before sitting here.
I wasn't.
Scott was on a commission.
Were you?
He was on
So
planning.
I will tell you, having been on the Harbor Commission almost 8 years, well, no, it was 8 years.
7 years.
With the,
Almost 7.
when I
I
first.
think it was 10.
appointed.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. I don't think we had a problem with this. When we had an issue we wanted to bring to the council, we'd write a memorandum, and sometimes we'd, if we cared, if we thought it was complex enough, we'd bring it back to the commission to review. Other times we just say, hey, we trust that you, Roger Carlson, understand our concern, and we'll let you write it up and represent it, generally the chairman, right? And so I didn't see that as a problem on the Harbor Commission. What I don't know is, do the other commissions know that they can operate that way?
Well, they get treated differently. I've noticed, especially in the last 8 months or so, that each commission gets treated differently. And that's a big problem, separate problem than this.
Well, we should have consistency.
Yeah, I think the goal with this process is to try to create structure among all of them. Many of the commissions function the way you described with memos and elect folks to draft letters on their behalf and carry the position as a collective. Others bring it back for formal approval to ensure that it represents the full will and consensus position. Each commission has done that historically a bit differently. But the goal here is to create a structure by which they all understand they have an ability to communicate with you and that they have an opportunity, I believe, through an agendized section of their monthly agenda to create and schedule future agenda items. The caveat will be whether or not those are researched and supported by staff personnel or something that has to be more of an endeavor of the commissioners themselves.
So we're mashing together the report.
No, there's two.
And
These are the two things that we've sort of
agenda
discussed just
items?
on a high level basis. So there's the process and mechanism on how they relate information to you. And I think there needs to be structure among all commissions on how they themselves set agenda items and what they can expect from staff as it pertains to support or research for those items. Those are the two big issues.
I have no problem letting the commissioners decide for themselves what they want to talk about at their commission levels, especially if they come with all the research materials. I tell them all the time, do not wait for staff. Don't put it on staff. Do it yourself. Roll up your sleeves, get your elbows dirty. And some have taken me up on that, some haven't. So,
Well, there are concerns about jurisdiction and authorities, right?
well, it comes back, they discuss it, and that gets hashed out and goes from there.
Purview is a factor here, of course. I mean, within the purview of the commission, right? That's one of the important guide rails that I think some commissions have a clearer understanding on than others. And sometimes there's disagreement among the commissioners themselves as to what is part of their purview while on the commission. So that's another topic that at some point we may all want to collectively discuss. But I think, again, tonight you want to start getting your head around the issues. It's a bit of an issue spotting discussion, I think, with some direction to us on how you want to problem solve. We'll come back with some documentation to help enshrine that based on that direction.
I'm sorry, if you don't mind. There's also the case where, and I know, I think sometimes the Harbor Commission might have been guilty of it. You pile too much on in your referrals. We call them referrals. They're what you want to see on the next agenda and requiring staff to put out too much. And, then they'd push back. And I could see that happening. I mean, look, we load up referrals all the time. And I could see a commission doing that. And there's got to be some check and balance. I think we could be that. If the liaison thinks it's beyond, too big, beyond the purview or whatever, then the commission can come to the council and request we direct them. Right?
Yep.
What I'm seeing here is kind of a roadmap for change, for effective change on commissions. And I 100% agree with the roadmap to change these commissions. A lot of people are willing and wanting to volunteer their time. I fully respect that. I want to take advantage of that. I've said this for a long time. We have tremendous amount of people in this city who want to volunteer. Let's take advantage of that. So what I'm seeing here with this is the ability to create a commission handbook, guidebook, right? In addition to of ordinances that can be updated, that is more concrete and doesn't get changed on a at-will, ad hoc basis. And then maybe even just a separate part of that guidebook for each individual commission. So planning commission, obviously, so that they fully understand the complexities of planning commission.
Cool. And there was something else that we added that and discussed that we haven't mentioned yet is that the rudeness by commissioners or city staff will not be tolerated as grounds for removal from the commission. Obviously, the council already has removal powers, so we don't need to give that authority to us, but just to give them fair warning. Because I see some of them, particularly in the Public Safety Commission, being rude to the staff, to the liaison, to fire personnel who are in here. It's totally not okay and they need to know that it needs to be clear that it's grounds for removal. I will certainly move for removal if that continues to persist to be a problem. And then also on number 6, to that point, their agendas currently say referrals to staff like we have on our agendas, but they don't have the ability to make referrals to staff. So it should be changed instead to be future agenda planning. So they can plan for their own future agendas, but they can't direct staff to do something or not do something. Their sole, and maybe we should clarify in there that their sole, responsibility and duty is to advise council, not direct staff, not command staff.
So I think that there's a kind of a two-way dance here. I think the idea is that it's, future agenda planning, future agenda items, whatever it might be. I want to make sure that the commission understands they have that power to set what they're going to discuss within their purview, right? The Budget and Finance Commission, as an example, shouldn't be setting a discussion about the harbor boat launch necessarily, unless it's for funding purposes or fiscal purposes, right? So we've got to make sure that they understand those lanes. But the dance then with staff becomes, is this an item that is constructive to operations, towards achieving a city council stated policy or objective, something that's part of the strategic plan, or something that's accretive to operations? If that is clear that the agenda item is within that construct, then staff very well will likely support and help research and provide, assistance with that discussion. If it's something that's outside of priority workload, then it may be a circumstance, to Nils's point, where it's up to the commission to kind of do their own R&R, and it's not going to receive staff support. It's going to be put on the agenda, but it's not going to be forwarded or advanced by staff research.
Right.
That's the two-way dialogue that needs to occur. Really constructive commissions have a great relationship with their liaison that allows for that to happen organically. In our history, we go through cycles where certain commissions and staff can kind of butt heads on that, and there's a feeling out process. So we need to help everybody understand that. It's got to be accretive towards your goals and policy objectives, and something that's helping with operations or advancing staff research towards another department work program or annual work item. If it's outside of those two things, odds are we don't have the bandwidth to handle it.
Right, and on that note, we've also discussed with the city manager that the commissions need to be staffed by somebody who can manage the commission appropriately. So, for example, when the Public Safety Commission starts talking about, they want Public Works here to talk about sewage operations and so on and so forth, somebody to shut that down on the spot, not even let it, come into, oh, hey, this is going to be a referral and so on and so forth, so.
Well, that gets to purview. Yeah.
Well, hold on, that you're discussing something now. So this actually goes to something I'm going to be addressing later, and I actually addressed one of the consent calendar item that I pulled, actually, was the Messina item where we have the shutdown, went to the Public Works Commission, did not go to the Public Safety Commission, and it should have, because in talking with both the Public Works, the recommendations they made, well, they can't do that. Well, then when I talked to the police chief and fire chief, oh yeah, we can do this, all right, separate conversations. Public Works doesn't know exactly what public safety does in their everyday jobs and what the purviews are. So sometimes you may need to have a commission have experts from the other departments show up for items. So it depends upon.
Yeah, that happens very regularly.
I mean, I had a conversation with Ms. Wadnicki, Commissioner, where I was like, you could do left turn lanes on Artesia Boulevard and get Public Works to come in with their report about where the accidents have been. So, and they modified the left turn, so they'd be there. But I mean, getting into sewage on public safety, I'm not sure that's.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I don't think we can discuss every combination and permutation of possibilities.
Right, there's a lot of different iterations.
There's going to be gray areas. But and excuse me, I apologize. I do disagree with one thing you said to some extent, and maybe it's just the way you worded it, but there are times commissions see things that the council should be aware of that they're not.
Sure.
For example, we saw, in the Harbor Commission that SUPs were becoming a hazard in the harbor. The council would have never known that had the
And
commission
that's
not
the-
brought it up.
yeah,
So
to-
it wasn't in the strategic plan, it wasn't.
No, but it's accretive to operations or future operations,
Okay,
right?
if
So
that's
there's a
your precise
determination,
definition,
right?
yeah,
So yeah,
okay.
maybe I should be more clear about that. If staff understands that, it's a concern, a legitimate concern, a pressing and timely concern. Of course, staff has the ability to pivot and recognize that and try to address that. Or maybe it's an item that is best discussed as part of a future strategic plan or as part of a future budget discussion, right? I visit the commissions each year to try to get budget input.
Yep.
Sometimes things best flow through that conversation, so you
No,
all
and
can
some of our
filter it
stuff that we
there.
started as tactical became a submission for.
An objective later.
Right,
And that's how that conversation works. So there might be a sequence where the commissions do their own R&R or advance their own issue for a series of meetings that eventually evolves into something that is a work product that the council wants to consider implementing.
I'm sorry, Nils, I stepped on you, so.
No,
my
all
apologies.
good. All good, Mr. Mayor. I'll just finish up with saying, again, this is a working document. I think we should go down the path of separating out ordinance versus guiding document. And, including the fact that city commissioners have, which I fought very hard for a long time, is city email addresses. And that comes with Microsoft Office, online office, and they can create documents and do what they need to do. And city email includes a calendaring and all that good stuff, which includes the ability for easy public records requests, because that's been an issue in the past as well. So we have to think about that as well moving forward.
Yeah, they have email now.
Yeah, no, I know they have email. I fought hard for that. That's what I said. I fought very hard. But what I'm saying is when you start going down this path of doing everything, making sure that public records are, everything they do is a matter of public record, regardless of what commission they're on. So keep that in mind. But I do like this. I think in order to move this forward, we should all get a copy of this and start laying out, whether it's a
I think just the
guidebook
attendance is
or
the ordinance, right? Just the attendance changes.
Proposed changes, yeah.
I'd have to look at this further to make sure,
Yeah, I'm
understand.
happy to circulate it.
Yeah, circulate it.
Generally, are we okay with this, as in like, because staff is making its own rules and regulations for conduct, so.
What do you mean making their own rules?
They're developing conduct, right? Council and commission conduct.
Yeah.
That's an outstanding referral that I
outstanding
think we've
referral, yeah.
advanced. I think it's ready for prime time, or hopefully soon.
Right now, I'm dealing with elections. I'm sorry.
That is true.
But I think what we're looking at is I don't know what the right word is, but a manual that standardizes between the commissions without being an ordinance that would be.
Yeah, no, I think the word handbook or policy or whatever it might be, I mean, we may not want to wait for a full printed handbook before we start this process. We may want to start with some stated policy positions and then grow that into a manual or handbook. But it starts with this conversation and systematizing what we're doing among all commissions. What are our expectations for all commissions? They're all going to have a little bit of a different personality, but some of these basic structures, I think, are helpful to keep them constructive.
And I get confused with the code of conduct, which was, to me, is how you treat each other versus how do you operate a meeting?
Yeah, I think we've combined the two. It's it's like conduct and meeting rules, I think, or procedures, I think, is what the
When we start
document
talking about
said.
rudeness, that's where treating each other comes in.
And the
right?
anti-rudeness policy.
I think,
manual.
that's when somebody's rude, that's very subjective.
We also, just to let you know, we also have a commission handbook, so I can send it to you, so if you want to look through it to see if there's things in there you want to add to, just
Yeah.
FYI.
I would,
Well, I think we
actually.
should take a review of that while we're doing it to make sure they stay consistent.
But I want to manage expectations. If we want more immediate structure to be added, we should focus on the things that we can all quickly coalesce around. Let's not wait for all of the governing procedures to be drafted. That's going to take time.
So if you send this out to all of us, since now it's a matter of public record, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we will.
What's the mechanism for collecting inputs without violating the?
You won't be able to share it amongst yourselves.
Right, so is there a staff person we can
Yeah, I'm
send
going to
it?
be assigning this probably, he was supposed to be heading home already, to Luke, and to collect this information.
And I can certainly see it all, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then we'll work
Well,
with the city
I'll work
attorney's
with
office
Luke
where
If you
appropriate.
don't mind. I mean, it's up to you. I'm
No, that's
offering my
fine.
help.
Yeah, but we'll work, much like we've done in other items, we'll work as a team, and then we'll work with the attorney's office where appropriate and flush that out, and we'll advance this as best we can.
I appreciate you guys taking the first cut at this, so.
Sure.
Anything else you wanted to present tonight, or?
No, that's it. I mean, I see the attendance as a standalone item that looks like it would be an ordinance. Do we move forward on that?
It doesn't have to be an ordinance. We
We have an existing ordinance that governs it, so we're going to need to amend that at minimum. Now, what you do with that next, do you want to continue to enshrine it in ordinance structure, which sort of binds the timing and sequence of future changes? Do you want to have the ordinance then pass it off to a resolution that's approved by all of you?
Or put in this hand policy.
I think you'll probably, for attendance, you probably need more than a handbook. You're going
Okay.
to need to enshrine that somewhere. You may want to stick with the ordinance structure if you can coalesce around proper language.
Okay.
Maybe
but-
that's what Luke and I can tackle. What should be an ordinance, what should be a.
Yeah, we can triage that and then come back. But if that's kind of a priority, we'll advance that first. And then we can try to get these other items going more as a form of structure.
I hope we all agree that we have to change the way attendance is
I
today.
couldn't
so.
agree more, and I really want to thank the council members who've taken the lead on this, because I've been harking on this for a long time. It's one of the reasons why we've had email addresses, amongst so many other things, reporting, getting it to us. It's awesome. I really appreciate
And
that.
so if I got this right, there were two other items. Well, three. One was rudeness, how you conduct. The second was,
Yeah, they're on the screen.
Yeah, so
Five
we
and
have
six.
attendance, well, and I think what we have here for number 2 is the clerk keeping attendance. We have even an upgraded
and that's in work.
situation that's been, yeah, that's already in the work. So number 2 is irrelevant at this point.
The written reports, I think we discussed.
Right.
I've softened it to may send written reports to
Right,
council.
right.
Right. Then for the 12 months history of attendance, I don't think we need that one either.
Okay, you
Right.
can delete it.
So 2 and 4 can go away,
And rudeness
right?
and how we agendize stuff in the commissions.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a good framework to work with.
Yeah, I think
You
those
guys
are
have put some
good
recommendations.
specific items.
Everybody can comment too, send them to Luke or Luke and I, and but what's a reasonable time? I think these are should be relatively simple to consolidate and come back.
Yeah, I think we can work through this in a month or so.
So January 7th?
Yeah.
A day that shall live in infamy.
We'll put this right next to
I'll open
the
up the public
prosecution
in a
powers
second.
and duties. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can bring this back in January.
Okay. Do we want to make a motion to that effect? Or
Do
do
you need a motion?
we need a motion to?
Yeah, we'll need a
do
motion to
this?
come back.
I think direction to, I would say receive and file this document.
Yes.
And then
Motion to receive and file document to direct
staff to move
staff
forward
to
with
forward with
these
the,
items.
right, delineating which ones are ordinances and which will be part of the handbook,
And consolidating comments.
consolidating comments and bringing it back for discussion
Right.
in a month-ish.
Yeah, as we can work through it. The one thing I want to make sure everybody, and I've spoken to a few of you about this, what's important is, and it's a little bit off script, but it's related to this in that we have to be as disciplined as we've ever been with prioritizing resources. With Measure FP coming online, thankfully, here very soon, we've just added a dozen very important work items to our to-do list that weren't there before. And that's going to preempt much of what we do. Not everything that we do, but a lot of what we do. And we're going to have to be careful as we think through additional work items, commission suggestions, et cetera, that we're funneling those through our strategic initiatives. And that's just something that we always have to be mindful of, and now more so than ever, because FP is going to be paramount in our workflow.
It's only 4 CIP projects.
Yes, yeah, no, nothing.
All right, did I get a second?
Simple,
Yeah.
4 simple
Anybody
ones.
want a second for motion?
Yeah, second, sorry.
Okay, motion second, open to public discussion. Mr. Penzler.
Yes, just one quick thing. We're not the first city to deal with this relationship between the council and commissions. And there are handbooks in many cities. It's worth looking at what other cities are doing.
Luke and I will tackle that.
Yeah, because
Or I will,
they were clients of mine. I remember Visalia, I remember Palo Alto, I remember Mountain View. We've all gone through the same thing.
You know of some good examples, email me and I'll research those.
Yeah, they're out there.
Copy.
Agreed.
I mean, like copy.
Yeah, copy, yeah.
Okay.
Copy. 10-4. 10-4. Roger. Xerox.
Carmichael, Commissioner Carmichael.
Commissioner Carmichael, now I will hold my title, Commissioner Carmichael. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. One of the things I just want to call out is there's a difference between referral and directive. We should be able to refer to staff. It's not a directive to staff. So we want to make sure that we are clear on word choice and vocabulary and what it means. We also have to respect that the members of the commissions read things like the adopted budget, which breaks out various items like the sewer system, and it has it under the header of public safety. So we would like to know, why was it placed under the header of public safety, and what does that mean? So we can't have someone as a liaison to shut down requests to staff, referrals to staff. None of those mean staff have to answer. And if you notice, a lot of the times we say, can someone come? Or can they provide us an administrative report? And what we mean by that is, we asked the city attorney, if we could have an update on Project Moonstone. We could have an update on where we are with our homeless. And they said they were too busy to do it. And then we see on the cover of one of our local magazines where they've invited Holly Mitchell. So apparently they gave her a report, and we are at statistical zero with our homeless. So how come they had time to give it to her, but they didn't have time to give it to us? And even now, like, it's post, so you didn't have time to give it to us. You gave her one. Can we get a copy of it? So that's why I don't want to have someone who pushes back on referrals to staff. Referrals are not edicts. They're not directives. It's a question. Hey, can we have it? Hey, can we have a look? When we look on the adopted budget for 2025, there are about 16 items, and they're all listed under different departments, but they're listed as public safety items. And as a public safety commission, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, hey, can someone swing through and give us an update? Because we've approved a budget for you to complete that task over the next year. So that means you're doing an update to someone. Can we get it after you've already submitted it? At some point, we have to say, hey, this project was completed. This project was completed. I just encourage you, because you made the comment about the sewer system and someone to shut that down. No, sir. And as long as we have that type of attitude, there will be a disconnect. There will be a natural friction between the commission and even the council. Right now, we have it between the clerk, and that's a whole other conversation. But we just want to make sure that we're respected and we're treated as such. We aren't expecting everything to come to us, but we do anticipate the opportunity to ask the question. That's all. Thanks so much. Make it a great day. Clarifying questions?
Real quick.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into a big
No,
debate.
not a big debate. So on the subject of referrals, the charter is set up that we as city council members cannot direct anybody on staff to do anything except for the city manager. So when we have referrals to staff on our agenda, it's really meaning to come back to our agenda at a later date so that we can direct the Department of Public Works to do something, or so on and so forth, as a body. Now, you are, as a commission, are an advisory body to us. So what your obligation is to give us some advice or some duty, not tell the employees that we cannot even tell what to do. All right.
In rep vocabulary.
On the subject
Referral
of
is
the,
not direct.
on the subject of the
That's why it's important.
sewage, I appreciate that initiative on your part, but there are lanes that our commissions have to stay in. There's a budget commission that can look at the budget. There's a public works commission that can look at the sewage. There's public safety issues like traffic, speeding, tickets, accidents.
And the sewage
things,
technology.
Things
That's
that
why
you
it's
could,
listed on the budget.
figuring out the data from those radar feedback signs. There's tons of work for y'all to do in your public safety lane.
And as long as it has that header, then it's in our lane.
I don't want to get into a debate here, so.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm right.
Yes, sir.
No, not. I don't have to raise my hand. Again, Peters, District 5, thank you all for your time. I would like to believe that I'm more politically experienced than your average resident. I run for office, and I know Brown Act, and my wife forbid me point blank, like, I'm going to be sleeping in the doghouse forever if I ever run for office again. Yes, dear, love you, sweetie. As far as these commissions go, I have literally no knowledge of them other than what occasionally comes up in either the Easy Reader or Beach Reporter. My question is, as an average person, or I would like to believe an above average, more experienced political person, I know nothing about this. Where would I have gone to have found about these committees and how to be appointed, other than if it's a pet project? For example, you seem to be very much interested, Mayor Light, in the harbor. I'm not a beach person.
I was appointed to the Harbor Commission.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of knowledge on it.
Yeah, okay.
But that's not my only interest.
I'm sorry for being presumptuous. I was using an example, Mr. Light.
Yeah.
So an average person from the city, how would we have found out about this? Because I don't recall stumbling across that yellow brick road.
So it's on, the commissions are on the website. If you go to the website and type in commissions, it tells who's on it, when openings are, how to apply. And if you go to the city agenda, the city calendar, you can see the agendas for each of the council each of the commission meetings as they come up. And if there's minutes from the previous meeting, they will be in those agendas.
Okay. I saw the,
And we advertise here when there's going to be commissions open. So it's always one of the council
Right.
here.
We put it in the Easy Reader, but that's once a year. Or if a vacancy has occurred, it gets posted in the Easy Reader and it gets posted out on our board. And then it's on the website.
okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
George A. Kantner. This is good. This is good because I spent 10 years on the Public Art Commission, and the last couple of years I spent following their meetings. I go to all their meetings because it's still my first love. Yes, there should be rules. There were problems in the past few months, and I don't need to get into details because I am not privy to all of them, but we did have a couple people that just disappeared. And I know they did call in at some point, but then that was it. That was it. They were gone. And I know that a lot of that's where I think this is stemming from. So it's a serious commitment. You know, as you guys, everyone's probably pretty much served on commissions. It's a serious deal. I mean, not everybody gets voted in, but this is something you could be appointed to, and you have your say on your passion. So I think during the interview, it needs to be stressed, just a quick thing. Do you have time for, and maybe list hours? They can't afford to be without you, because if there's a problem, then they need to call it in. If it's a continued problem, I say 6 times. I would say 6 times. If they go maybe 4 times with no excuse and you don't hear from them, and you text them and email them and say, what's the problem? Let us know. 4 times, gone. 6 times if they have to call in and say, I'm sorry, I'm busy, I'm an emergency room person, I have a problem at home. 6 times after that, it's like they don't have time. They're not to be faulted, but they don't have time for this commitment. So I that's what I would think. That would be something in my mind that would make sense. And what's the other thing? Anyway, yeah, the handbook is wonderful. I don't think I realized it was around, but maybe I didn't pay attention, and we started our thing and then we just kept going. But the absences make a difference when you're on the commission, and you need everyone's discussion. And then some people miss them, they come back and go, well, what happened? Yeah. It's like, well, you weren't here. It's up to you to figure out, maybe go back on the meetings, because that's frustrating. Of course, you explain to them. You want everyone to get along. But yeah, it's important. I'm glad you're doing this.
Thank you. I want to, I totally agree with your point about, that's one of the reasons this all started was absences. Right. I want to make sure people understand, if you're a chronically absent, that doesn't make you a bad person necessarily, right? I just want to communicate that, but there's other people who can commit the time, and that's what we need in the commission. So, anyone else wish to address this item? Uh-oh. Anybody online?
No one online? Oh, wait a minute, let's see here. Hold on one second. Yeah, Nancy Skiba.
Hey, Nancy.
Nancy?
Hi there again, Nancy Skiba, District 4 Public Safety Commission. I want to thank you very much for looking into these commission meeting procedures and methods of communication. And thank you, Zane, for your comments too. I appreciate it. I know these things are relevant to our commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it. And no e-comments. And then if I can get the document that was on the,
I just emailed it to everybody but you, so I'll get it to you.
I need that for the public.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Can someone read that back? Do you know what it is, Mike?
Yeah, I've got a handle on it. It's a direction to staff to work on the items that were identified on screen and circulated among all of you, and we'll be back.
And
Luke will be assisting in that process, and we'll be back with the most pertinent items in the next January.
In January. And we didn't pick a specific date, and you're okay with that?
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
with that.
so we had a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. And thank you both for putting that together and taking the initiative. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Let's see, where are we at? Mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
Last week I checked in with you regarding the tree ordinance. You said you were gonna get back to me.
Yeah.
And Riviera Village, CUP, or no, the ordinance change?
Ordinance change for the notary.
Notary, yeah.
Yeah, we're working on that, yeah.
Okay. Are we gonna have a holiday ceremony this year?
Yeah, I think the holiday tree lighting and ceremony with the school district, I believe, is first, I think it's gonna be the 3rd. I think it's the night of the 3rd.
Same tree?
There will be some
Is that a tree?
structural enhancements to support the lights.
Leaf extensions?
Yeah, it's been, it'll be some cosmetic work. Little plastic surgery for the poor tree.
Get punchy after 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might want to think about meeting that a little bit earlier that day, just because we will have to end closed session early.
Yeah, closed session will, I think actually, we'll try to make sure it's the primary items only, but we'll meet for about 30 minutes and close, we'll break, and then we'll have to come back if we can't get through it all.
Okay.
30 minutes and close.
Not 30 constructed minutes, but yeah, 30.
So I'd like to make a motion to refer, I've been dealing with the PV Boulevard and Prospect Truck Route issue and speeding route issue. I sat down with the residents for 2.5 hours, and it hasn't come back to the Public Safety Commission. And I'd like to make a motion to have that item come back to the Public Safety Commissions with some members of the Public Works Department in attendance.
PV Boulevard Prospect?
PV Boulevard Prospect, that it's the traffic and truck route issue. And to have, I mean, I can work with staff on the exact details. I got a lot of reports and things that I need to get to them, but I definitely want to have in there signage that's on the streets there, because it could be improved upon. I'll help city staff on that, but that's what I'd like to have direct the city public works or public safety commission to discuss in January. It'd be the January meeting, because I don't think we can get together on the third Monday of the month. So third Monday in January would be good. Give them some time.
Want to include Torrance Boulevard in that as well too? Because
We can do Torrance, we could do Torrance Boulevard as well, but I really want to, I mean, it's going to include El Camino, Prospect, and PV Boulevard. We can include Torrance Boulevard. Torrance Boulevard is a truck route already.
Yeah.
Is this specific to truck route, or is this
Truck
traffic?
route and speeding. Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
so-
two issues.
Delano is an issue, that's why.
Well, Delamo comes down into that area.
Are you anticipating that after the Public Safety Commission will come to council?
Depending upon what the outcomes are, it might just be items for staff be able to easily do, and there might be some CIP projects following that. Because I want to get some updates on what
But we'll
what they
get
need.
nothing unless you have direction to
The what?
get something back to us, right?
No. We're just directing them that for a specific, this is a specific topic I need public safety to talk about.
Anyone public
Yeah,
safety
well-
make any recommendations? or-
And can we do that, Mr. City Manager, agendize something for a commission? In defense of that, I have seen residents from the neighborhood affected by the trucks come and complain to the Public Safety Commission.
I believe the truck route issue has been, I'm guessing it was picked, at least initially considered by the Public Works and Sustainability Commission. So I'm thinking that there is work product that can be disseminated here. So my answer, I think your question is yes, I think we probably can support that discussion in January because of prior work effort. What comes next is somewhat dependent on what our neighboring cities
gonna say
are
Torrance
willing and
has
not
something to
willing
say
to
about
do.
this, too.
So there's more
Well,
that has to happen
I'll have a
behind that.
solution for that.
But we, at least for now, I think we can commit to having the January discussion with the Public Safety Commission. I'll need to talk to our staff about what's
So you
completed
made
at
a
this point.
motion. Do we have a second? We have a second on four?
I got a question before we
Okay.
go. Is it something you've talked about before tonight to get these details? I mean,
The truck route conversation, it's been a prior referral. We've
Okay.
looked into the issue. We have,
do you and staff have the bandwidth to dig into this right now?
I think
I'm
given the,
concerned about,
yeah.
you know,
I
we got a
appreciate-
lot going on and there's a lot of stuff, so
It's,
If
I
I-
appreciate
we can only
appreciate that.
be spread so thin. So I'm focusing on the critical stuff. And this is asking staff to get involved. So
Because this is something I think we've done prior research on, my answer is I think we can handle it. If we hadn't, I probably would ask that we not target January, we target a date later into the future, so engineering would have an ability to get their arms around. But I believe we have enough work product that's already created that can be disseminated.
you want to double check that first before we go further?
If you can make it contingent, that would be helpful, but I'm pretty confident that we can meet a January discussion.
If I could say, I've seen Chief Hoffman post on his Instagram that they've done details to
Yeah.
enforce that.
It would be reporting on efforts to some
He's
degree.
had meetings
Okay.
already with the residents,
Yeah.
as what they've said to the Public Works Commission. There are Public Safety Commission, there have been residents who've complained that it can, concrete trucks still drive by their yard and it's super loud. They're speeding and.
And not to get into it, but some of it is, there is an ability in certain instances for those trucks to travel legally if their point of destination is
Within the area.
is
yeah.
local. So there's a lot of education that goes into
Yeah,
it.
I'll just finish it off with, there's been multiple accidents the last few months, bad accidents. So it's a situation that also needs to be dealt with sooner than later.
So we have a motion and a second.
some background
I'm calling the vote. All four?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councilmember?
No, that's it.
Nierenheim?
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Just one thing, can I get clarification on our policy for paying municipal fines for indigent people? Can I get that? You know what I'm talking about?
Our fine structure, whether or not there's any, kind of
Who
waiver.
are subject to them and how they can opt out of that or how they can be excused?
You looking for just information offline, or are you looking for a discussion on this issue?
Offline would be fine.
Yeah.
I don't want to drag down the council.
Sure.
Okay, anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None for me, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
None for me, thank you.
Councilmember Barron. And I have none. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to.
In memory of.
Oh, actually,
We are
hold
gonna
on.
adjourn
In memory.
in memory of Jack Epstein, who has been a community member for a number of years. He and his wife have contributed across the community. I don't know, Nils and Todd, you were pretty tight with him. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah. You want to go first or?
You go first and then I'll go.
Yeah, so I put together a little thing here, I just closed it. But basically, Jack Epstein and his wife Barbara moved here to Redondo well over 10 years ago, 14 years ago. And they came from their community. It's the standard story. They've been living here in South Bay forever. Walked down to the harbor, the waterfront, completely fell in love, went to the Esplanade, fell in love, found a place that started off living there, moved back over to the village area. And Jack had, his love for football. He coached at Narbonne. He was the coach actually of Councilmember MD's husband. And he always felt he was so prideful of that. Always said that, hey, Jeff was one of the best football students he had.
Jack had an amazing smile, loved to joke around and continue to joke around people, and they were both, and I'm sure Barbara will remain active in the community, South Bay Parklands, and many other aspects of the community, just advising, working, always being a part of showing council meetings, planning commission meetings, harbor commission meetings, I mean, all commission meetings. It's been great to see Jack and Barbara around, and he's going to be dearly missed. So thank you.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback on what Nils was saying, well, first of all, Jack and Barbara are like, to me, they're like my surrogate parents, because my parents, one is passed and the other is away in another state. But I absolutely adore them. And Jack actually was more than just a coach at Narbonne. He coached at a school called Hamilton. Many of you know who Warren Moon is. He actually convinced Warren Moon, who's a Hall of Famer, to actually become a quarterback. And those of you know that he had a long, successful career in the Canadian Football League and then the NFL. He coached a number of NFL players. I happened to be lucky to be at Jack's 90th birthday party and to see all of them come and talk about how great he is. That from a perspective of being a teacher and being a coach, that was one thing, but his involvement and Barb's involvement in South Bay Parkland Conservancy in fighting for keeping our public properties public and not privatizing them. I owe him a great amount of respect and honor, and I'm going to miss him terribly. He just a funny guy, and his presence is really missed, and so I'm glad we're honoring him. Thank you.
And just to pile on, I was at that 90th birthday party with Bill.
Right, Bill was
And
spoken
Bill
too.
was there, and the outpouring of respect.
Yeah. It was an amazing guy. And unless you could see it in people's faces, people that, you know, have known him for 45 years.
Kids who were in high school who never followed up on football were there.
Right.
And that says a lot for somebody to come back from how many years ago to attend his 90th and give testimony to that.
One of his players was a guy named Rod Martin, the only player to ever have 3 interceptions in a Super Bowl for the Raiders.
Yeah,
so he was amazing. But everybody thinks he was a football player. Just a great human being, really fun guy. So I'm going to miss him a lot.
Yeah, I would just add, you know, one of the, I think, strongest statements that I read from both Barbara and Jack Epstein was back in 2017, and I'll just quickly read it. We are blessed with an outstanding city council candidate in the city council runoff election in District 1, Nils Narenheim. We have an admiration for his intelligence, hard work, commitment, and leadership that just keeps growing. It isn't only his years of service to the public and to youth as a first responder in the county's lifeguard division and as a junior lifeguard trainer, teaching young people life-saving skills. We're also impressed with his expertise as a technology expert. Nils has been a leader for Save the Riviera and is a co-author of Measure C. Nils has also been active in to prevent the overdevelopment of the AES power plant site. We know quality when we see it. We trust Nils on the city council, knowing that our city will be in the good hands of a majority of a visionary and brilliant leader. So,
wow, I can't believe you found that. Thank you. That's
welcome.
actually very hard.
I question his judgment a little.
Yeah, I'm still here. Still here. Wow.
And just one last, I mean, this goes more to Barbara than Jack, but the week that he passed away, she showed up at a ribbon cutting at Wilderness Park. That's how dedicated they were to the
She's
community.
amazing. She's amazing.
I mean, I'll just say this. I was found by the South Bay Parklands in Revere Village. They found the beauty of everything that was going on at the farmer's market by the South Bay Parklands booth when they had a booth there at the city's farmer's market at the Veterans Park there. So,
Handsome couple too, I might add.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful couple, and they were young and
So
now,
happy.
and later too, just inside and outside, great people.
Anyway, he will be missed in the community.
Yeah.
And we look forward to working with Barbara for years to come.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
with that, motion to adjourn in Jack's name.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everybody.